it's Big Boy at a radio station. It's not Sconen.
He's on his own.
Oh, okay. So next Sconen, just talking about boxing and MMA. And I'm sure it's going to sound very familiar.
What's your favorite sport?
I would say
Probably basketball.
Okay. I'm boxing anything. Boxing, right? Wrong. All your favorite sports are boxing. I'll prove it to you, or MMA. You got it right. I'll prove it to you in 60 seconds. Ready? You come to a street corner. On one corner, kids are playing stickball. On the other corner, they're playing a pickup game of basketball. On the fourth corner, they're playing some football, throwing the football around. And on the third corner, on the fourth corner, there's a fist fight. Where's the crowd? What is the crowd like? Are you any of you watching anything other than the fight? Right. Okay. So the question is, why? Why is the fight your man coming out of a concert like, man, they started a football game? So the question is, why? What I said before. Everything else you think is your favorite sport is a metaphor for the imposition of will. Fighting is literal imposition of will. It's more compelling. What's your favorite sport?
Yeah, I just remember Dana White always saying the same kind of line. Yeah, Max is like very influenced by Dana White.
Yeah, Max is a wordsmith.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. It's true.
Yeah, fighting's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. It's like may the best man win.
And it's just, for whatever reason, it's just, we want to see a damn fight. It's just so intriguing, you know?
Everyone understands the fight. Like, because Tigers started playing football, my wife, they were never really into football. I know it's boring. Then, because you got to learn the rules, you know, there's a lot that goes into it. Baseball, I didn't get into it until my son started playing. You got to learn the rules, learn the players, all that stuff. The tendencies, the fundamentals. There's a lot that goes into it. Basketball, same, a lot that goes into it. Fighting, all of us better fight. Like, yeah, that guy wants to hit that guy wants to hit that guy. Let's see what happens. It's very animalistic. It's in our DNA to fight.
And also, I think it's just the consequences are crazy. Like, if you lose a sport, you lost a game, this guy could potentially die, get really hurt or something. So
you also understand it. Like, you also understand
how understanding is a big part of it.
Like, even kids understand it. You know, like, oh, okay, if he lands, he wins. If he lands, he wins. It's very simple.
And all right, so this Dana White just saying flat out that he doesn't have anything to do with
Told ya. And told ya.
Things like that. Yeah, and obviously it's grown. I have completely removed myself from the negotiating part of fighter contracts. You know, I got to a point where this isn't fun anymore, man. I'm lucky that I'm at a point in my life and in my career where I can just deal with the fun stuff that I like to do. So, but yeah, all the time, things like that. Yeah, and obviously it's grown. I have completely removed myself from the
Yeah, Dana's right. He's lucky enough he did the work where he doesn't have to do that part of the gig anymore. Here's where it's an issue, and this is why you see where the UFC's at currently. So Dana built it. You know what? It's kind of like, you can name so many. I'm going to relate to the car space, right? That's what I like. That's what I watch. Donut was massive. Hooligans was massive. I mean, you're talking creme de la creme when it comes to car content on YouTube. Massive. They got so big that the corporate got attention. It was like, well, we want these eyeballs. We want this fan base. And then they sold. And then what you loved when you started watching Donut or Hooligans, they got away from that. Corporate gets involved, and then it's about the bottom dollar, maximizing dollars, maximizing the revenue, and it goes away from the creators of the show, and then you have corporate suits who are like, yeah, the views might be down, we're selling less merch, but we're making more money because we've cut spending, we've cut the talent, we've cut the staff, you know, so it changes the dynamics of what made it great. Going over to the UFC, say what you want about Dana, say what you want about the Fertittas, Sean Shelby, Joe Silva, Reed Harris, who some were still involved in it, but they don't have the same influence they used to have. But all those gentlemen I mentioned had a passion and knew fighting. Dana knows fighting like a motherfucker. He's the best promoter of all time. Now you take him out of it, and you're starting to realize that, oh shit, he actually was pretty important to this thing. Because now you have the suits making the matchups. And why are the suits making the matchups? Well, they have to fulfill 40 plus fights a year. You're getting the Contender Series guys who are of name value, but they're cheaper. And so you're getting these fluff cards like you had at the Apex. They're realizing, like, man, we don't need to go to Miami. We don't need to go to T-Mobile Arena anymore. We don't need to go to Madison Square Garden. In order to maximize the equity of the stock that our shareholders have, we can continue to do fights at the Apex without a crowd, or a very limited crowd. We can continue to put on fights that the casuals don't know, the hardcores really aren't into, but we're still profiting because we did this 7-year deal. So it's basically, this is the definition of selling out. The UFC was that band that you loved, and they were kind of a regional thing, and you knew how special they were, and it started to grow, and it got really cool, and you're happy to see their success. And remember when they signed with, it was a big deal. It was a big deal when they signed with Fuel TV. When they signed with Spike TV. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe it, dudes. We're going mainstream. And Kenny Florian's on Oprah. And then the Ultimate Fighter really blows this thing up. And you're calling your buddies, like, dude, remember when we used to watch the UFC, the Denver one, always crazy? Dude, look at this. And then it becomes this thing, and it was our thing. And then slowly, the sharks start to circle. The sharks start to get involved, these money sharks. And then it's like, oh, they're going to Fox. Oh, shit, they're on Fox. This is crazy. And then they're on Fox. And then you see all the content on Fox, and they're getting more fans, and they're doing this. And then you slowly start to see there's red flags. Oh, the individual fighter with the sponsors, well, we're actually going to do a Reebok deal. Wait, uniforms? Yeah, it's actually better for you. Everyone goes, yeah, it's better for you. Yeah, this is cool. Now there's no individual fighters. They can't express themselves, but it's a uniform. Yeah, but it's less money for the fighters. And then Danny goes, yeah, but all these fighters had an issue, getting paid from the sponsors. I never had any issue in my entire TV career. Never. But all these guys tell me they have issues, so this eliminates that. So the casuals go, this is actually better. They're like, yeah, it's a little weird. Oh, they're on ESPN now. Oh, shit, Stephen A. Smith is there. Don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Stephen A. Smith is there. They're doing this. And you're kind of like, okay. All right, it's getting a little weird. And then the suit's really coming. Endeavor buys it. TKO buys it, right? And Dana starts taking back seat. And the message is, oh, dude, we've never been better. We're worth more than we've ever been. We just sold for $7.7 billion the TV right deals. This is great. More fights for you guys. And I was like, right. But how would you feel if when they made the announcement of $7.7 billion TV right deal with Paramount, if underneath that there's an asterisk that, but Dana White is no longer in charge and no longer making the main decision, you go, oh, that's who is? Shapiro, Hunter Campbell, Shapiro, the guy that worked with the fucking theme parks to monetize to get their bottom lineup. The guy that worked for the Redskins? Yeah. What's he know about fighting? Absolutely nothing. Oh, that's not good. So to wrap this all up, is Dana has been telling you guys, kind of, he's not gonna. I don't think he can. He's not coming out of that camp completely out. The writing's on the wall, the matchups that you're seeing, the cards that you're getting. Of course, we'll still watch it, but the hardcores, you're hanging on to something that will never come back. got to take it for what it is. Now, I could get on every Monday and every Thursday and complain nonstop. That's not fun. I can talk about the old days and how the cards are so much better and the divisions and how there's more stars than build stars. Those days are so done. Those days are so old. And even though Dana has his flaws, he was the lifeline behind the UFC. It was Dana, it was Joe Silva, Sean Shelby, McMahon's still there, Ed Harris is there, but the people that made this company great are kind of taking a back seat because the suits are in control now, and they care about the bottom dollar. It's a business. It's a complete business now, unfortunately. So you'll see this stuff, and the reason Dana's throwing us out, and Dana's a smart dude, the reason Dana's throwing us out is because he knows the UFC is a shell of what it used to be. Profit-wise, it's making more money than ever. That's the suits. But as far as doing what the fans have suggested or that they want, Dana used to listen to that stuff. In some regard, he would get, like, I think Dana ate a lot of crow when he goes, the White House card's gonna be the best card ever. It's gonna be UFC Noches on steroids or the Sphere on steroids. It's gonna be our best card ever. It would have been if Dana had the control and could have made the matchups that he wanted to do. Dana is a closer. I tell you this all the time. Coffee's for closers. There's no closers involved at the UFC right now. There's just that none of them should be drinking fucking black coffee. I told you this. So I would assume Dana, if they can't negotiate with Conor, I assume Dana might step in. Like, let me talk to him. Because he's the last of the Mohicans. He's the last of the big stars that are left. There's this old roster of certain guys that can draw eyeballs, and they like dealing with Dana. They don't want to deal with the suits. And that's why those suits aren't closing. They have no connection. They don't give a fuck. They have no connection. They don't realize the value that a John Jones brings. That a matchup of Poton John Jones, what do it do for the fan base? They don't realize that. Yes, he's had his issues outside of the octagon, but Conor McGregor, there's a lot of us holding on to that. They want to see him fight one more time. That doesn't mean anything because they have no context. They weren't around when Conor was coming up. They don't realize that John's regarded as the greatest fighter of all time. They have no concept of any of that. They're looking at this, they're going, well, John's last one sold, 400,000 pay-per-views. He wants 30 million? They don't realize, nor do they care. So it's become so corporate now. And now some of us are blamed for this, including myself. A lot of us like, man, we want to be up there with the big dogs. MLB, NBA, NFL, soccer. We're just as big. We want to be one of the top 5 in the world. Be careful what you ask for. Because you got it. You got it. And how's it going? How's it going? You know? And Dana's throwing out these nuggets without throwing, I don't think he technically can, contractually. He's throwing out these, like, yeah, like Dana knows the fight game. He knows all the shit the UFC's getting these days. He's seeing all of it. You're crazy. Even Ronald goes, Dana knows how shit that White House card is. Around his buddies, I bet Dana's like, God, dog, they're fucking this up. But again, it's not my. I gave the keys. I gave the keys to this other corporation, and they don't view it the same way as I do. It will never be what it was. It's all good. Your favorite band is now fucking Nickelback. Well, they're selling, but you remember them in the garage. You remember them at those small shows, those small venues. You remember how cool their merch used to be. You remember the great songs they put out for the fans. Do the special, they go the extra for the fans. Those days are done. All good.
Yeah, because we're still going to watch.
Oh, yeah. I still love it.
Did you, by the way, I don't know why that made me think of, well, that's why, because you were saying, like, Dana might chime in every now and then with, like, big deals. Like, you know, with Conor McGregor, he might chime in. Or they might go to him for help. I remember back in the day, UFC fighters said that when they had issues with Dana White.
Because of the Fertitas.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to ask you. Did you ever had any conversations with the Fertitas?
I didn't need to. Me and Dana really never had any issues till after I stepped away. But before that, like, we would negotiate with Joe Silva, and if he was kind of being a prick about it, we would go to Dana. And Dana was always cool. He would get it done. Dana's a closer. So I knew that the writing was on the wall when it's like, oh, where's Photon John? And now Dana's taking all the flack, like, man, you were glazing John Jones, now we're not getting it. And Dana contractually can't say this, but he should be like, if he's telling the truth, if you want to get real on him, he'd be like, it's out of my control, man. Yeah, trust me, I wanted it too. So that's why it seemed like we were never negotiations. The suits are, well, you were, and technically that's true. Dana probably was never negotiations. But Hunter Campbell was. The UFC suits were. So when Dana goes, I was never in negotiation, he's not lying. They never reached out to me. I would have got it done.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of all people, he would get it done.
He gets it done.
The big ones, yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up because this guy, I don't know how to pronounce it, Kion.ig, he made this video about Hunter Campbell, and I'll just play it.
Yeah, well, before you play it, let me say this, too, is we don't know, no one really does. We don't know the inner workings of the UFC right now. Listen, 8-10 years ago, I could tell you what everyone's job was. It's very clear, once you go corporate, you're dealing with certain identities that we don't know. Like, it's probably a chain of command, right? Because it's a big business house, big corporation now. So I do think it's unfair to so
I don't need any big
these suits won't do it. They won't give me the budget. I can't do it. But he's taking the brunt of the heat for not giving us the fight they want to see. Let me see this.
Yeah.
Is ruining the UFC. So if you don't know who Hunter Campbell is, he is the ventriloquist doll-looking guy that is basically the new Dana White, as he is responsible for matchmaking and contract negotiations. And honestly, this guy is already fucking things up for the UFC. The first time I was really made aware of him was when that video came out of him trying to convince Aljamain Sterling to fight Sean O'Malley, despite Aljo being against it, as he was still injured from his last fight, and the 3-month turnaround to the fight with Sean was going to be too quick. But despite this, Hunter pressured him to take the fight, and ultimately it led to Aljo's demise. And since then, he has been creating matchups that I would deem as could have been an email fight, as most of these main events for the numbered cards are fights that are clearly not the best fighting the best, which is something that Dana used to be a strong proponent of. Nowadays, Dana's heart lies more with Zuffa boxing, which is giving Hunter more control as a matchmaker, and because of this, the UFC is in the worst place that it has ever been. But what do you think? Hunter Campbell is ruining the UFC.
I think it's easy to pick, and this is what people do. I get it. I've put a lot of pressure on Hunter too, but I don't know if you talk to Hunter, he's like, I wish it was just me. Like you guys want to see, but it's a machine now. It's not just me. They give me a list of 10 fighters, like, here's who's in the budget. We don't give a fuck about rankings, what do you want to see, most exciting, we don't give a fuck about it. Here's who's in the budget for this card. Go ahead and make it happen. That's what I think's happening.
Yeah, without a doubt. 7.7 bill. There's people that
they have the money.
That's what I'm saying, but that's why they have to be like, all right, well, the upper guys want to do this, then fucking do it. You know? But yeah, I like the individuality before. We all the subtle nuances. Even like your favorite, Chuck Liddell's ice shorts.
Rich Franklin's fucking pink shorts.
Exactly.
Flame.
Yeah, the flame shorts. Oh, I loved all that stuff.
Dope.
This was kind of cool. So, Conor McGregor, this is sort of a surprise at the Crumlin Boxing.
Ooh, this is how you know it's getting real.
The Crumlin Boxing Club. But he came in there to do an exhibition boxing match for like 3 rounds. I don't even know what the opponent was, but he looked pretty good. Hold on. Why is there a chip there?
Gearing up. Gearing up.
It was a 3-round boxing match in Ireland. He scored 2 standing 8 counts.
Yeah. Shaking off the dust.
It's just cool too that he actually did that because all the kids are there and stuff.
Yeah,
So it's dope. All right, so Mayweather. This has been going on for a little bit. So initially, do you remember when we first talked about it? Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao are supposed to do an actual fight, a professional fight.
Yeah, but so Floyd wanted to be an exhibition, and Manny was like, "Nah, man,
Yeah,
it's a real fight."
And then it was kind of like blurry from that point on. And then essentially they gave Mayweather the money, right, in advance to do the professional fight, and now he's backing out or something like that. So now he's in breach of contract.
Let me see. So it says, this is the Mac Life. It says Floyd Mayweather is apparently trying to change his rematch with Manny Pacquiao from professional bout to an exhibition. It's because he doesn't want a loss on his record, I assume. And is such in breach of his contract. According to Jaws Mather, Mayweather has already taken out an advance on his pay for the bout after signing 3 contracts confirming the date, location, and intent to have a fight go on his record. Yep. So it says here, Floyd Mayweather signed not 1, not 2, but 3 different agreements on 3 different dates. Received money for all 3 agreements when he signed them. Not only that, but he also was taking out advance on his purse for his fight against Pacquiao. Yeah, I don't know. I wish him best of luck.
Okay. And let's see. Oh, it's more of the same stuff. So I just saw this when I was scrolling through Instagram when you were at the bathroom. So Darren Till is now a free agent, so he can go anywhere he wants.
Darren Till's going to be fighting MVP. Not this one in May, but if they decide to pursue it after, dude, you wouldn't watch Darren Till Diaz?
He's a hot commodity now. Dude, he's been winning outside of the UFC.
Darren Till's a success story. He's one of the guys, remember, he didn't get cut. He decided to leave to rehab his knee and do all that stuff, and now he's been on a fucking tear.
Let's see what he says.
Switch, really good teams. Fought with 12 months out of them and let him fight hard, became champion. As I said, extremely good team. Got a lot from Misfits and the others, stuff like that. All the people that work behind the scenes. It's time to try me out on something else. Not a lot of people wanted to fight me. It was getting really hard to get fights. So the next few days, massive announcements, massive news. I'm sure you're all going to be excited to see what I'm going to announce. Just want to say again, thanks for Misfits, thanks for everyone involved. Probably be back there soon as well. This is not the end of it with Misfits. Peace and love.
Yeah, I root for Darren Till. I love seeing him succeed. I think he should sign with Eddie Hearn.
Makes good sense, yeah.
Yeah.
You think he wants to pursue more of the boxing side, or just maybe go back into MMA?
Cool. Get Eddie Hearn. And then you do Netflix MVP, Nate Diaz, Darren Till, just boxing. Nate would be down for that. Him and Mike Perry, that's a great
They've
one.
always been messing around with each other back and forth, yeah.
He's going to go big game hunt. That's what he's doing. Misfits, proud, it's tough. He did his thing there, got some experience in there, but now he's like, Misfits, thank you. Sign a big game hunt. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he should be doing.
I thought this was funny too. I saw this pop up. It says, this from MMA Fighting, and you popped up in it. It says, Brendan Schaub comes to the defense of Daniel Cormier against Nate Diaz. And then they gave you like a little bit of a quote here.
Yeah, the quote is, Nate Diaz will never make it to the Hall of Fame as an individual fighter.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, you said a lot more than that on the episode. So.
I know. I could have told you this was going to happen. I get why they do it. Yeah, I don't get why that's an issue, because all I'm doing is responding to what Nate said about DC.
Yeah, which was not true at all.
Yeah, not true at all, but then also it's like, so people be like, oh, Schaub, you're not making the Hall of Fame. Yeah, no shit. But the question is him making fun of DC and making fun of him for crying in a world championship,
a real fighter.
But again, this is expected with the current climate we're in. It's how people get clicks and all this shit. But Nate Diaz will make the Hall of Fame. He'll make the UFC Hall of Fame again, not as his individual accomplishments, which is still huge to make the Hall of Fame. I don't say it's not easy because we don't know how they decide, when they decide. Nate will be in the Hall of Fame for his Conor McGregor fights, maybe some for his other fights. I don't need to come to the defense of DC. Anybody that knows the game, the sport of MMA, knows how ridiculous it is. That being said, what Nate Diaz is doing to market himself in the fight is brilliant. Because he gets on Theo Von's pod and he's shitting on DC, he's shitting on Poirier, he's shitting on all these guys. Charles Oliveira, that's my belt. And it creates this build. It keeps his aura going. So what he's doing is brilliant. I have no issues with it. What he said about me, no issue. This isn't my career compared to Nate Diaz. Obviously, people want to make it that, which is silly as fuck. Yeah. So I mean, what Nate Diaz is doing and to market himself is what Nate always does. I expect nothing less. It's always worked for him. It's all good. It's all good. I bet DC doesn't respond to this.
I mean, he made that one video there initially, so he's already done.
I bet that's it.
These are just rumored fights. It's not 100% guaranteed yet. So Robert Wicker versus Ozdemir,
Great fight.
and this is July 25th.
You get a lot of middleweights coming up trying to make the name because light heavyweight's kind of a three-man fight right now.
And what do you think? This is also not 100%. Sanhagen versus Talbot.
Interesting.
This is UFC 330, International Fight Week.
I'm not mad at it. Talbot looked fantastic.
Like way too much for Talbot right now.
Couldn't be a worse matchup for Talbot. But he's kind of, he's maturing fast. He's between fights, he's getting a lot better. That one fight, the dude kept taking him down. Then his rest of the next fight gets so much better against Cejudo. Corey Tanay can be a different animal for him. It's a fun matchup. For Corey, being ranked number 4, he was trying to shoot for Sugar Sean. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Take out the young cat right now. There's a lot of momentum, fan favorite.
Do you think Corey would want that? Like, actually really want
Corey's a fighter's fighter, so Corey will take it.
Yeah.
Corey don't fuck around. He's one of the last, real fighters.
Gotcha. Should we jump into some fan questions?
Do some fan questions. Just so we announced this on Friday's show, but so people keep asking how we submit the fan questions. I post to send me fan questions in my DMs on Sunday, but it's DMs or you put it in the latest episode in the YouTube comments, so we have both. Can we get some from YouTube on here?
Yeah, I picked some.
Let's start with the YouTube ones. So on Mondays, we still do fan questions. On Thursdays, we'll do a few, and then so they're all new fan questions on Sunday. We do the remaining questions, and those get posted on Sunday for you guys. But again, best way to do it, where we'll for sure see them, is in the YouTube comments. Put them all in the YouTube comments, or worst case, just DM me the questions.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the Princess. Free. This is the Mutra. Free. This is the movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
All right, let's start with these fan questions. We'll start with the YouTube ones first. Again, if you want to submit your questions, the easiest way for us to see them is the YouTube. This is from @Sean Belisau. Bro, for the who you should face in RAF question, I think we had that question last week. It should be you versus Cain Velasquez. With the whole history of the famous Rogan talk, I think you'd be surprised, Code. You'd bring so many eyeballs.
I love this. By the way, I love this idea. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I would be down. Tough task. You're talking about a Division I wrestler.
No, but everyone expects Kane to win, so it's not like a huge pressure.
Yeah, Kane just coming out of prison too. Like, not too many people may root for your boy here. You know, like, who wants to see Kane lose after doing a stint in fucking Shawshank, you know?
But you would show so much respect. I mean, it would just be
I love
fun
Kane.
competition.
I would be down. It'd be a tough fucking matchup,
Yeah,
but
of course.
Yeah, I'd be down. That's hilarious.
It's gonna just top.
At Dean McDill 8784, MMA fan question. With Alex Poton being the first fighter to go for triple champ status, you got me. We got this one too on my DM.
So it's the last part that I kind of thought was different, or is it not?
Yeah, so MMA fan question with Poton being the first fighter to go for triple champ status, got me thinking about when Conor beat Eddie Alvarez to become the first double champ. Shortly after this fight, him and Woodley, who was the 170-pound champ at the time, were going back and forth. And Conor had mentioned they were in talks for a bout before ultimately decided to fight Floyd Mayweather, and they have a long layoff from MMA. If the Conor that had just beaten Eddie had moved up to 170 pounds and fought Woodley, could Conor have been the first triple champ? Keep in mind this would have been just before Woodley would go into lose to Usman and then further losing streak before leaving the UFC. Yes, love it. I do like Conor's chance, especially that version of Conor. Even though Woodley with his takedowns, it could be an issue, but on the feet he couldn't touch that Conor, that prime Conor. Like Conor's prime was something to behold. I'm with you. I think Conor could have been the first ever triple crown champ. He could have done it, but this all goes to prize fighting. So for Conor's legacy, he probably should have done exactly what you're expressing here. He should have become the first triple crown champion. He should have been the 45, 55, and 70-pound champion for his legacy. It would never be done before. He beat Woodley, he beat Eddie Alvarez, he beat Jose Aldo. It's the greatest run of all time. For his legacy, that'd been great. For his bank account, he did exactly what he should have done and was like, all right, I'm just going to dip out on this. I'm going to fight Floyd Mayweather, make $100 million. Because if he became triple champ and fought Woodley, especially at the time, 5-6 mil to do that compared to 100 mil to fight Floyd. So that's the issue.
There's just no.
But I'm with you as far as legacy and going down as one of the greatest to ever do it and being always mentioned in that, which now he's really not. It should, for his legacy, which if you care about that, it should have been fighting 45 pound, 55, and 70. That's a great point, brother.
Once again, top. Oh, this is kind of a hater comment, but I wanted you to tell your side of this.
Okay. At King-JQ5VT. I like Brendan, but he's not a black belt in BJJ. Yes, I am. Being able to tap black belts with 3 moves you're good at isn't the same as being a black belt. Oh, this guy doesn't know jiu-jitsu. He competed once in BJJ and it was awful. Not true. That's not true. I competed once that you watched on TV. He couldn't tell you how to set up your Kiseigami or your lockdown series or any number of complex black belt setups. He's strong and has a DARS. Oh, buddy. Oh, sweetie. You don't know jiu-jitsu.
That's why I wanted you to school.
Yeah, you don't know jiu-jitsu. I could submit you with you could tell me what you want me to submit you with. I could do it, Bubba.
Just because you're really good at DARS doesn't mean that's the only thing you know how to do. Yeah, anyhow. Just stop again.
Slowfit9735. Fan question. Appreciate the love from the previous episode, fellas. What else versus MVP on the same platform put you guys in a blender? Here's my next question regarding fighter pay. When it comes to fighter pay, it seems like there's a double-edged sword. On one hand, you want to see the fighters compensated with what they're worth. However, we've seen time and time again what money does for a fighter. It kills that hunger and drive. Yeah, some of them. Just made that comment about Izzy and Joe Pyfer, saying if Izzy loses, it's whatever, because he has money, cars, as opposed to Joe, who needs the money, so he wanted it more. Yep. So would paying the fighters the same as NFL, MLB, etc., kill the sport? Because fighters want to have the same hunger and drive to be the absolute best. Keep up the great work, fellas. Yes. Let's do a shop show RAF. It's not a bad idea. Me versus Nick. just a couple of short kings with biceps who want to wrestle. Dude, I'd love that. Oh, he is jacked.
Yeah, it's a short.
I'd love to see him slam Nicholas around a little bit. Talking about Nick Simmons, by the way. Yeah, that's the question, right? Because there are guys who get paid and keep up that same hunger and go for greatness, but they're far and few between. Oh, boy. It's a great question. I don't think it's fair to hang that over the fighter's head. It's a good question, but I don't think it's fair to hang it over the fighter's head and be like, we can't pay you because then you guys stop fighting. It's like, well, let's find out. Let's find out. Because I think you are going to have a good amount that, it's not just about money. A good amount, especially in MMA. It's a good question.
But also, because right now, like you said before, people, if they're great at sports, they want to pick NFL or NBA or baseball because it pays more, right? But if MMA paid the same, more people
you can get better athletes involved. But you look at NBA, which is guaranteed money. Go buy a ticket to the Lakers. Let me know if you see LeBron or if you see these guys are sitting out to mental health days, or they're sitting out because their ankle's sore because they've already got the money. It's guaranteed money whether they play all 82 games or however many fucking games they play, or if they play 50. They're getting paid the same. So it happens all aspects of professional sports. But it can't be the reason why you don't pay fighters more. Let's find out. And again, to Chin's point, you're going to bring in better athletes over time.
Yeah, they'll be stoked to be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And that is literally, when it comes to competition, nothing beats MMA as the upper echelon of actual competition. Yeah.
The best. _ Ryan dot _ 07 _ Do you think there are parallels between Joe Pyfer's fight against Izzy and your fight against Crow Cop? Interesting. He's a young, hungry lion who finished a veteran, but was having a very competitive fight before, and clearly has stuff to work on. And if he isn't careful, he can run into a Nogueira, like a DDP or Imavov, that can ruin the hype train. Yeah, the problem is, I love the question, dude. The problem is, Ryan, is once you beat a guy of that caliber, there's only one way to go. And that's why the UFC does it. You can't beat, an Izzy or a Crow Cop and then go back to fighting guys outside of that ranking or guys that aren't well known. Once the UFC is giving you that fight because they think you can handle what's next. And sometimes guys aren't always ready. I would say the biggest difference between Joe Pyfer's fight and my fight against Crow Cop and Nogueira is Joe Pyfer respected Izzy. So even though he had some struggle with the leg kicks, and to be fair to Joe too, is if you look at Izzy's last 4 out of his last 5, everybody struggles in those first few rounds against Izzy. He does very well those first 2 rounds. He's a nightmare to handle. He has a lot of traps, setups. I think Poetan said it best. It's he puts up this smoke screen. You got to figure your way through it. So a lot of guys struggle with that. So I actually think it's a good learning curve for Joe Pyfer, because who he fights next, it's not going to be that complicated as far as on the feet goes. But like I said, the biggest difference is I was young and you were getting cocky, is where I was like, oh, I'm going to starch Crow Cop in the first round, and I got the fight of my life. I don't think Pyfer thought that. I think Pyfer was like, oh, this is a fight. Yeah. And even though I know the first few rounds are going to be tough, I should stick with it, keep doing my thing, eventually get the takedown. His takedown offense is good. He had so much respect for Izzy that, to me, that shows maturity and shows me he's probably ready for whatever's next. And the difference is Izzy throws so much at you that it's very hard to decipher and get through it. And if you do, you have success. So I thought Joe Pyfer looked pretty damn good in that fight. I'd say the difference is seeing how Joe performed in that fight. I think he can do pretty well against a DDP or an Imavov. And because he has that level of respect, and I'm sure that was the toughest camp he's ever had, and he improved significantly, which is going to carry over to his next fight. Jack Litz Solar. Oh, long one. Okay. Hey, Brody. Day One Sport here. I saw you at a baseball field in Santa Barbara last year, and you looked yoked as fuck. Thanks, dude. That was my favorite baseball tournament of all time. The tournament they do in July in Santa Barbara, my God, that was so much fun. Yeah, two of the best days of my life. All right. Now, you think Stipe and RAF would be fun?
He says, I think you versus Stipe.
Gotcha. Everyone wants to see me against these monsters. I think you versus Stipe and RAF would be fun. How would that go? I also think you'd molly. I was thinking you'd molly while Brock Lesnar fight right now. Yeah, Stipe would be another one I'd be down to do in RAF. But what's in it for Stipe? You know, he wrestled at Cleveland State. He was a Division I wrestler. Stipe versus Kane would probably be a better matchup. But I'd be down. I'd be absolutely down for that. It'd be very tough. Now, if submissions were involved, I think things would go more my way. But straight wrestling, that's those guys' background. I can hold my own, but it's if there's submissions, I would favor myself more.
Yeah. So grappling.
Yeah, straight up grappling, I would entertain. Question: the guy sitting next to Chin. The guy sitting next to Chin, talking about Nick Simmons. The guy sitting next to Chin made the most egregious UFC take last episode, which I don't think you caught. It's been bothering me, dude. He said he doesn't think Mike Perry can hang in the pocket with Nate Diaz. Bruh, can you please address this? Yeah, it's a ridiculous statement. I wish Nick was here. We do the show too early for him. He sleeps in. I wish Nick was here because that is ridiculous. Because if anything, that's literally what all Perry thrives in is chaos inside the pocket. So yeah, that is ridiculous. I'm with you, dude. I'm glad you pointed that out, and I will educate Nick next time I see him. Also, did you see, dude, three-part question here. This is great. Also, did you see Usman's tweet, McGregor versus Usman next? Conor did say he's fighting a no-name inside the top 10 welterweight next. That's when he was going to fight Carlos Prates. Conor was like, he's a no-name, but that's off the table. So the no-name stuff, take that out. He's going to get Jorge or Max, for sure. You know, the UFC would mark it as Conor coming back facing the greatest welterweight of all time and number one contender fight. If Conor somehow won that, you know, they're making Islam versus McGregor for the belt. I don't know about that, dude. Do you think that would be the biggest UFC fight ever? Oh, it depends how Conor looked against Usman. You want Conor to at least get his feet wet. You know, he's been out for a hot second, dude. And to toss him in there with an Usman or a guy who can grapple his ass off is asking for a lot. Listen, let's get him in there. Let's get him a win. Get him a fight he can win, or at least keep it on the feet. A Masvidal would be great. A guy who's also been out for a while. That's what he should do to just get his bearings, and then bring on Usman, and then talk about the Islam fight. But let's just get him in there, get him a win. God knows the UFC needs it. McGregor needs it. We don't need to throw him to the fucking wolves with a guy who can grapple his ass off like Usman. Let's just get him in there, buddy. And let's see how he works, see how he moves. Get him in there with a guy who also hasn't been there in a while, like Masvidal, and see how it goes.
I think Masvidal is probably the perfect person for Rico.
I'll see Masvidal this weekend. You're batshit crazy if you don't think I'm asking.
Yeah.
Alex Ricard, A. Ricard 22.
Is that the one?
Sean, huge fan of the show. The humor mixed in with the unapologetic honesty is refreshing when the other analysts won't point out what the UFC fans are seeing. Yeah, maybe. People call me negative. I call it being real. Curious to know, with everything going on in the world today, do you see the UFC expanding fights to new states that they haven't been in a while? I fear they are really going to double down on Apex fights right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see it. I don't see them expanding because they don't need to. That's the problem. You know, you're not going to see them in Montana. You're not going to see them in New Mexico. You're not going to see them in Salt Lake City or Denver. Like, they haven't been to Denver in forever. Because they don't have to. Because they're still checking the box and fulfilling the fight obligations to Paramount by doing it in the Apex. It sucks. But it's business.
Do they do Austin at all?
Yeah, they do Austin. They're coming here, I think, or were they just... They're coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming in.
Oh, was there a two-part or was that it?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Joe Mo Boxing.
See if that's like it.
All right, got another long one. All right, I like these. Testing my reading skills here. Okay, what's your opinion on people focusing so heavily on legacy in combat sports? I think Francis' opinion on it's the best. Agree. Come in, get paid, and get out. I see the Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather's, Pacquiao's, and the list goes on and on. Makes me mad. Makes me sad for them. Remember, those guys made so much money. So for them, it was legacy and prize fighting. They just made so much money. They just made poor decisions. So there's a little difference there. These guys have a path to set themselves up for lifelong success and comfort, but shoot for flashy, unsustainable lifestyles instead. Yeah, because no one teaches them about it. You know, at some point you gotta be a grown man and take ownership of your finances. But unfortunately, when it comes to pro athletes, you just have people that take advantage of them. What is the cause of this, and how can fighters see other path of getting paid and getting out? Long time listener saw you in Indy in 2019. Hot second go. Saw Eric live last year. Binge Gearhead's gone wild and put my buddies onto it. Thank you, sir. We need people to watch it. Been loving that. Sounds dope. Been loving the added content. Seeing y'all thrive in Texas. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. What is the cause of this? The cause is you don't become a professional football player, basketball player, MLB player, UFC fighter without being a risk taker, but also being laser focused on that task at hand. So when you're that car sounds fantastic outside. If you
The timing is so funny. It's
it
perfect.
sounds fantastic. It drives me nuts. But I'm deleting my fucking Cummins tomorrow, baby. Anyways, I can't wait. Makes me sad. It's so quiet. To your point, you can't be laser focused on your career. That's so impossible to even get your foot in the door, and also be focused. There's guys that can do it, and kudos to them. But for the majority of them, they're so focused on being great at that sport that the idea of it, where you're going to be at in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, if you're fortunate enough to compete that long, they're not. They're just trying to get to the next fight, the next game, the next matchup. That they're not thinking about the future. Especially a lot of them make money young, so they don't have families yet. So the idea of not having this income in 5 years and 6 years is unfathomable to them. There's like, no, dude, I'm gonna knock this guy out, get the bonus. I'm gonna buy this house. It's like, right. So let's say you buy a $3 million house. Can you afford that $18,000 a month? Remember, it's a 30-year mortgage. How long are you gonna fight for, Bubba? Or how long are you gonna play basketball for? Or how long are you gonna play football for? 30 years? No, that's not real. Let's look at the average career. Okay, in NFL it's 3.5, MLB it's 2, in the UFC it's a year and a half. So you gotta make these smart decisions. So you need someone in your corner that's actually looking out for this stuff. So when you get let's say Conor Ben, just use him for example because we all know his salary for this one fight, $15 million. Right, cool, made a ton of money. Conor Ben, do you think in 5 years you're still gonna be making $15 million? God willing, hopefully. Then he goes, yeah, I'm buying the house for $15 million. Hold on, young man, you don't have $15 million. You got to pay taxes. You got to pay your managers who negotiated the deal. So that's, a good amount. You probably have 10 mil, let's say. Now you want to buy a $10 million house. Okay. You just need someone to break down everything that goes into it. The property taxes. It's just not one and done. So the issue is even in school, even people non-professional sports, when you were going through school, did they teach you about taxes and savings and interest and credit cards and loans and leases? No, it's designed that way. It's designed that way so you get in debt. So you're always owing these banks and the government taxes. It's designed this way. They don't want you to figure out the game. I know it sounds like a conspiracy, but buddy, we can get that another time. I'm just saying, there's no one educating these young kids in America, and especially when they get to be professional athletes, especially got college athletes making 6-7 figures now. There's nobody educating them on how to wisely invest and spend their money and make good decisions. Hopefully that answers that. This is the last one.
There's one more after this.
Okay. _your_therapist_. Is that a lady?
I think it is, yeah. Yep,
It is. Ooh, it's a lady. Mainly all bros on here. What's up, girl?
Wait, is that
Go up.
It's kind of cut off here.
All right, go down because we can get the gist of it. When I'm betting on who will win, I place a huge weight on a fighter's confidence. If a big ego is coming off a loss, like a McGregor after Mayweather, I always bet against a big ego who just brought down a peg. This is exactly why I bet against Asanya with Pfeiffer. Sorry, no worries, girl. I'm a busy fan. And against Chase Hooper, who looked downright scared in his fighter photo. I won both bets. Smiley face. Any thoughts on fighter confidence or a guy on a losing streak and over that pressure, the blow to their confidence, etc.? Yeah, this is a great point. Great point. It's tough, right? Because when you see Izzy and his confidence, a lot of us might look at it and go, oh my God, this guy, whatever, 3 out of 4 losses, 4 out of 5 losses, how's he find the confidence? And if you've been a fan for a while, you can tell it's not real. That's him telling himself or his team selling him how great he is. It's not real. And usually, if there's such a confidence, such an ego, such an arrogance, that means that he's not dotting his I's, crossing his T's in training camp. And that means he's not making adjustments, which is the reason he lost the fight prior. And he's going to make the same mistakes in this current fight. And you probably should bet against him. So it's a great point. It's an absolute great point. And you see a lot of guys, they'll be on a losing streak, and then they change weight classes. Like, man, now I, whatever, went up a weight class, went down a weight class, and they have all this confidence. Like, yeah, cool, but you're still the same guy that's lost 4 out of 5. So, to your point, it's smart to bet on those guys. Or, I'm sorry, bet against them. You're spot on. Spot on. It's tough to tell, but you're spot on.
Yeah, so she's a female and a psychologist.
Love it. Smart. Gabriel _ B City. Big fan of your shows from Ireland. Hopefully my question makes sense. Nate Diaz claims UFC offered him more money than Netflix, but he turned it down as he doesn't want to be Connor's comeback story. Do you think he's gambling on him beating Mike Perry, Connor winning his upcoming fight, and then both coming off wins, have the trilogy fight in the UFC for even more money, like in November at Madison Square Garden, for example? Couldn't agree more. I do think that's what he's banking on. I think somehow Connor's team and Nate Diaz's team were both like, yo, they're offering us this now, and they're both like, hey, let's both get a win and build this thing up even more, because if Connor wins, especially if Nate wins being outside of the UFC contract, now we can get more money and garner more eyeballs and get more attention for this. I think it's brilliant. I do think that's why Nate's taking this Mike Perry fight. I do think it's why Connor's probably fighting Masvidal. It's brilliant. And they're playing chess when everybody else should play checkers. It's brilliant. They're going to make more money than God. Is that it, Jim?
That's it.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, do all things. Put all your questions. Listen, I got to do the show that comes out Friday. I got to do it on Wednesday because I'm leaving for the DR on Thursday. So send your fan questions in this episode. The comments below. Send your fan questions there. I'm going to be answering a ton of them. I got a long Wednesday now because I got to fit 1 day of content, which basically should have been spent on 3 days. All good. So just submit your fan questions down below. Also, I'll put on my Instagram story. You can submit there as well. Again, enjoy the weekend. You have great fights on Friday. Game Red FC. You have the heavyweight tournament going on. You got Fury fighting on Netflix, and then you got UFC 327, which is fucking fantastic. Part of the year so far. On paper, let's see how it unfolds. But I'll be back for a show for you guys on Friday. I'll be answering all your fan questions. Submit them in the comments below. Love you guys. That's it. I'm out.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're in the Patreon, you're in the Reddit, you're in the Discord. But, if you're in the Patreon, as you well know, you get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes Shop, where we talk about Print and Shop.
So join that if you want that, and also there may be some other things in the future.
Well, I'm doing the Sandbaggers.
The Sandbaggers, I forgot to plug your Sandbaggers. Is it audio only yet?
I don't know. I haven't done the second one yet, but it was also Easter yesterday.
Yeah.
So
it's starting to sound like Hella Toxic.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I might have the same sort of drop schedule as Hella Toxic.
Dude, do the same stuff as Hella Toxic. Come out with your shirt on.
Yeah.
In the chair.
So if it's audio only, you have to pay for the video version, but it's just me shirtless.
That's funny. I like that. Do you have to pay for the video? Pay more, a higher tier, for the shirtless thing? Because you're shirtless, and then whoever the hot chick is.
Yeah. There's not going to be a hot chick when I'm shirtless.
I mean, it's our show. We can both get a vote.
It's probably going to be me in the pinata.
You make the pinata sexy. But anyways, how you doing? How are things going?
Oh, I'm doing great, dude.
Yeah?
Watching the Dodgers. I'm watching the Dodgers a lot more now, you know? Watching baseball. I'm balls deep in baseball.
Are you putting any money on it?
Nah, dude. You know, I'm in for the love of the sport, dude.
Yeah.
I don't bet on basketball. I don't bet on baseball. Basketball's a little blockbuster lately. You know what I mean? Luka Doncic is injured. Austin Reeves is injured. You know what I mean? Kawhi Leonard's in like 8th place. So
that means that the LeBron James' son is going to play, right, in the playoffs?
Well, yeah. This is how I know you frequent Twitter. You know?
That's how I know. Yeah. But is it a joke?
It's probably a joke.
Oh.
There's no chance he starts.
He's so bad that the two. Is Reeves or Doncic a guard?
Yeah,
they're both guards, right? So he's so bad that two guards are out and he's still not going to play?
He'll probably be like second team.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways.
Off the bench, you feel me?
I mean, you know how I've been doing.
You've been at the doctor?
Well, always. I mean, that's just a given. I'm always making some stops with the doctor.
Yeah.
In fact,
no days off.
No days off. In fact, I do have May is the retest for the grapes. I'll see if I'm still, what are all the side effects I have? Can't get hard, too hard, gay,
homophobic.
What are the? I don't even remember, but all those things are still going on.
Yeah.
And then I've stayed the same dosage of Vyvanse. And I will stop testing a blood pressure because I just don't care whether I live or die. So if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
Right? And what I've been doing is calcium.
Oh wow, you're still deep in the calcium.
Yeah, dude. This is the new. It's going to be betting, Brendan. Okay, so I'm going to bet on myself. But no, not really.
Is that a good investment or not?
Probably not. Not right now. Not if you talk to the people that know me and work with me, love me.
Yeah.
I won that bet with UConn. I don't know how they're doing right now. The game's going on. I don't care. It's really about the money for me. So I put a very small bet on them winning this game, but I won my office role.
Oh, nice.
So I'm sitting pretty.
Wow, dude. So this is like the golden days of your betting. It's gonna go downhill.
Yeah, this is the part that we remember. The special time.
Yeah.
When UConn is good, never heard of them. Then I win money. When they're not good, it's not good. It's gonna be.
Yeah.
I really should never bet again and just let it go, but we'll see.
I don't want to act like a cinephile, but I did recently watch Casino for maybe the first time. I don't remember anything that happened.
Okay.
But the little reference here, you're like Robert De Niro without the casino. You're just watching a bunch of sports and helping the bookkeepers gamble and stuff.
I wish I was that. Yeah.
Everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. You're never going to believe what's here, folks. Stop what you're doing. I know you may be in the middle of surgery. I know that you may be in the middle of childbirth. I know that you may be in the middle of taking your child to baseball practice. But everybody stop what they're doing because Riser has bestowed his extremely valuable time upon our Discord. How you living, big dog?
I appreciate the intro. You forgot to mention that we're on Riser time. But
Big dog.
I'll accept it.
Big dog. It's your world. We just live in it.
Exactly. We're all spectators of my life. Not the other way around.
Obviously.
Okay.
All right. So what's on the?
What's you ever watch a documentary?
Oh, absolutely. What's on the agenda? Absolutely.
I can't take any blame for this, like the Pet Cemetery one, but Mama Riser has chosen recommended a Newfie documentary.
Amazing. I already love it. I already love it.
A legendary pool, a Newfie documentary about during 9/11. All these planes had to land immediately, and so like 9,000 people land in this town of Gander, Newfoundland. She apparently said it's really good, so.
Excellent. I recall this.
Let's hope, but it involves Newfies, so.
I recall this event.
Yep. Have you seen the documentary on it, though?
No. I save all of the Newfie documentaries for you all.
Beautiful. I mean, there's really not enough Newfie documentaries. It's an underserved market.
100%. Isn't it interesting that you thought it was a peninsula?
I did not ever say the word peninsula.
That's incorrect. You didn't know anything about it, my man. And we together have changed the meaning of the word Newfie to mean a brilliant individual.
An extremely intelligent, high IQ individual, yes.
Don't you know? All right, I'm ready when you are, big man.
All right, coming right up. First ever Newfie documentary.
Riser, can you hear me? Riser. Riser.
I have to stream it from my computer. When I join on my computer, my mic or whatever just sucks.
You're good.
And doesn't work.
You're good. Did you know my podcast was published today?
I didn't. You need to send me a link.
I have a question for you. Did you know, just before we get into this, do you know what the number one, all time, this was shocking to me, all time, what the number one Joe Rogan episode is, his highest ranked episode ever is?
Like by views or
how else does he do it?
I mean, you can look up the amount of likes or like sentiment.
Excellent point.
Talking views.
No. What he said on a recent episode, he said to this guest, of all of the YouTube videos that I have, you're my number one interview of all time. And he repeated it later. This is Joe Rogan's number one guest of all time. Who do you think it is?
I hope it's Bob Lazar.
Wow. My man Riser, that's from the heart, baby. That's right.
It should be William Montgomery. I guess that's in the future.
Good job, Riser. And so Bob Lazar was on again to promote his new documentary. And so once we, not anytime soon, but one of these days, after all the family things are, mom has gone back to Momland, we'll watch those because they're fascinating, okay?
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Crazy day today.
What happened?
But, just, you know, like the mural I was going to paint?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I even told you.
Oh, wait, yeah, you did. You got approval through the city and everything?
Yeah. The district asked me to obtain permission from the building owner and the restaurant owner. And then I got permission from the building owner and sent them a sketch. And then I also had to inform the Business Improvement Association. And it turns out that the Business Improvement Association wants to step on my toes and basically are like hijacking the wall that I have already gotten permission for to paint, and they want me to apply through the Squamish their like mural program because they run a festival every year, and so I had to submit a application online basically, and I may or may not be chosen. Who knows? Hopefully, potentially the property owner or building owner will vouch for me or something.
Tell them I vouch for you. You can paint any wall of mine whenever you want.
I appreciate it.
You're
Also,
welcome.
apparently, this Newfie 9/11 thing was a musical as well.
It's called Come From Away. Have you heard of it?
Come From Away musical.
I have not heard of the musical. No, I've heard of the documentary, and I remember the event. Specifically, all of these planes being in this random city in Canada.
Well, the musical is hilarious. It's really, really, really well done. But anyway, we don't have the musical, but we have the documentary. So.
Excellent.
All right.
Also a cool story. I think it's cool.
And what's the name of the musical?
Come From Away.
Come from away. Okay, we'll have to check that out.
Come From Away is actually, I think it's an expression that Newfoundlanders use for anyone who has come from away.
Absolutely, I could tell by the high intelligence of that phrase that wow, this is a Newfie phrase if I've ever heard one.
I know, right?
Absolutely. So before we start, Mama Reiser. So Reiser had said that he had never, to his knowledge, ever met anyone from Newfoundland. Have you ever met a real life Newfie?
Oh yeah, I've been to Newfoundland 4 times, and my boss right now works from Newfoundland.
Wow,
I met a lot of them. Awesome people.
Are they very kind?
So friendly.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They seem extremely kind.
I played hockey with a guy named I don't want to dox him, but his name was Sean, and then his dad was also from Newfoundland, and he used to drive me to hockey. And he was a textbook nicest person on earth type of.
Yeah. Well, this documentary will demonstrate just how nice these people are.
I'm ready for
and
it.
They're not.
Yeah, they're probably giving them all of their things. It's just yeah, sure. Come on, stay by the house and make yourself at home and eat all the food.
I think
they just can't say
this
no.
one, and even I loved her too, but I was
walking. No spoilers.
I was walking through the streets of downtown St. John's, and it was probably around 5 o'clock. And this woman came out of a bar, and she was so drunk. And she just looked at me and kept calling me a whore.
Oh.
But it was just funny, and I liked her anyway.
All right.
I've never been called that in my life.
I would imagine no.
She couldn't see me straight or something. I don't know. It was pretty funny.
Well.
Okay, let her rip. Let her rip.
Giant airport bus. Technology change.
Your stream is not working for me on my multiple accounts, period. Is it called Gander? Gander? Greatest assets is to resilience our land people. Our burning desire to be or slave.
I started my shift on that morning at 8 o'clock. It was a beautiful fall day, sunny day. Everyone went over until the action started. Don O'Brien is undefeated in September the 11th, 2001. The terrorists executed their attacks in New York and Washington. The U.S. Federal Aviation, the FAA, has shut down American airspace. For aircraft to be flown through this means they are not going to reach their destination. Sometimes around halfway point they turn back to New York. Others continue on. So you're telling an airline, you're landing at, and the airline is coming back at you, no, we're going to Chicago. No, you're not. Some of them needed a bit of convincing, but you had to be hard line and very assertive. You're landing. Explain all to her. 38 large passenger jets changed course and now fly towards Canada. Within half an hour, the airfield is completely closed. Then it was over. We went from madness to nothing. And they told me when that failure went in, airspace was sterilized. It was vital. It was barely vital. In 1936, again, international airport, 10 pieces. In Newark, lands a seaplane deep blue gray. He started to announce his flight with 2 passengers. Thomas Fraser announced his flight west towards Canberra, which was then in a storm cloud. The second movement, he wants his exploration lead in this future aviation. He was directed from the land slightly translated to France, a region where sea birds eagles fly from the Atlantic Ocean and New York in between. From here, aircraft have a short selection from Europe, and their flight was thwarted. This led to the birth of Gander. Construction of the airfield had to be flown into this remote location. Turning west, Atlanta was not where the streams began. Areas of units in towns and cities were established during the early 16th century. Small transmission communities Gander construction was soon to come. In January 1943, the first was finished. specific transition. The town just gave kilometers from here is completely rebuilt. Gone are the days of barracks next to the runway. But things are about to change. Planes and jet engines allow aircraft to fly directly to your base in space. And there's no longer big private stock handicaps. Passengers now fly directly from Europe to America. And prices again rose. In 1968, airport tickets in the U.S. Jet James. With a problem that was anticipated, Jet James has the task of finding a way to survive. They decided to engage new masters to scale the special services. And British crews can watch as live from the ship. As a matter of fact, flights from eastern countries still have relative distance. For example, U.S. flying two miles in oceans use too much fuel to make the trip nonstop. Therefore, any flight either stationary or in Canada, in Iceland, occasionally airborne may run smoothly. Jet James is getting faster. Have you seen the seats? They're Jet James. Jet is this was Jackson. This was his goal. However, every year that Jet managed to prepare for the challenge. Temperatures fall 5 below zero. The snow melts away from the Christmas 1972. Friends dined with the fat-headed master. In order to refuel the crew, as headquarters is set to extend his stay, Jet James meets the president of Cuba for the first time.
The eastern seaboard is now slow. When they landed, they used to leave. I guess the first thing they did was they rented out the money. James returned. This picture is when they were supposed to be out. Just came back to security people. Jet James has found his relationship during their many meetings. Freedom for all. When they said trust. I guess that could be trust that he developed
There was a female doctor that infected her, and she came up and asked the police officer for blood. And right after she asked, Cubana was getting buzzed. So they would send security guards out every flight, sitting right pull him up by the hair, the stairs, the OBS button. And the police officers intervened. That's first thought. She's pregnant with Canada. She's pregnant with blood. You know, let go. And it was very traumatic for her. She thought she was going to die. Because if they had gotten her back on the airplane, she would have ended up somewhere and she would have been paid exactly.
Even in the German immigrant secret, there is an opportunity for individual states to West. Canada may have experience the European been successful just through the West. So unless they indicated that they wanted to stay in this was a complete steamroll. Your home was ain't no way left here. They still were connected to the airport. She got immediate service. She went there and said, save me. I'll save her. And then the story arrives. Choose to tell us regrets video. Then we entered into the picture, and it was as if we entered a party because there were hundreds of people, and there was food all over.
Chicken, beef, turkey, and ham.
First thing we encountered was a big table with Kentucky Fried Chicken boxes. I grabbed a piece of chicken. It was ice cold. Well, I say that because I was that low on vegetable culture. I thought the goodness of the whole day.
It was like something I've never seen in my whole life. And we were going flight attendants breaking down and crying. I thought, I cannot cry. I just need to know I had a job to do.
The only way we had to get those passengers from the airport was, we don't have to give me taxis, so you take people there, well, you sit next to people. The only other one that serves me was a small bus system, and the bus driver was right. So that's when we met with the president of the union. He's made our demands, there's what we need. But the employees said their meeting was not with people on the plane. Their disagreement was with the employer. So all the bus drivers agreed to welfare time and keep everybody wherever they wanted to go. Our country is dark. The time you got the bus back to work out, it just looked like we were in the forest. Every church, every organization, the schools, the government got fixed to take some passengers. And then we called our neighbors. There were those workers. They all agreed to take some passengers. I was going to drive that principal. I see the principal sitting in front stepping in the cabin. She's on the inside. So I'm just going to call from the airport. Expect some passengers. We're not sure. They'll be from 700 people. We don't know. So we called to the gymnasium. So we were neighbors shopping. So it's in the airport. Maybe 100, maybe 80. This is much. It was scary and it was very frightening for the community. For us, that was ignored and trying to convince people that, be careful with, who you're taking in. They said, I got a 74-year-old lady staying behind me. She's supposed to be drinking.
We had people from Africa. We had people from Philippines. We had all humanity. Just to get your county to a ton of people that arrived that day. I'm very grateful to this day to have been so busy at that time rather than wrapped up so much in AM and watching it over and over. They didn't have guns at the shelter, so there were lots of people to break in, sleeping bags and sheets and pillows. I got lucky went through because I had never been in a situation where I had to rely on all kinds of someone else to get me to take care of basic needs like bedding. We met the issue at the shelter. And a friend, we want to get a gas inside space. So I go over and I said, I can't make that issue. Sure. I was a little more nervous to get sleeping the same air mattress together and working with thing, but I decided I didn't care. So the truth, I just was so much more nervous than the least of the members that right out there the wall, and they were taking care of me. The church mentioned a lot of prayer for me, and we were all there because we had asked for experience. I got the number somewhere and I called and said, well, we need people here. And they said, this is people and 3 from Sutton. So we were all there to start because they spoke Russian. That's what we did. So they walked through the store, they had the children, their families with us. We didn't even know what was going on. So someone from the guy was like, because English might have been able to do that. That was like in chapter 4 or 6. The anxious for nothing. But in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let
It's
simply certify the signatures on the document itself. Correct? Well, it wasn't so passive. So that's it. Since we have the situation Charles, because otherwise, Charles requires this verification of the transaction. But what's the definition? What does the shtar? Shtar, right? The equals on the shtar locks the transaction. Here, shtar certifies the signature. So this is incredible. So let's say in case the woman wasn't dying, Charles, now let me sell. Right? So lady sells, lady sells, lady sells a deal. Shimon, the wife withdraws the document, and now they want to put the document for days for certification. Moving is one of the other things that we certify. Right? Moving, they can certify the document, and then after it's certified, moving says to Shimon, by the way, it's everyone agrees in that case, we get as value. As value. See, as a value. I'm saying something still. It's not a claim. I think it's a claim, but it means is we may not use the right to us. Right? So again, why? And everyone agrees in that case. Everyone agrees in that case. Why? Because Reuben's acting as an outcome jealous. All Reuben was doing was just saying, oh, yeah, signatures, same as me. You have different signatures, fantastic. No, sign it up, right? And then you're done. Certified. So everyone agrees in that case. Nobody convinces Reuben to go ahead and pursue the stolen, like the stolen things that are stolen. HAK is a witness to the actual transaction sale from David to Shimon. Again, how you sign that check now is what? You are claiming the transaction itself is valid. And you say the transaction is valid, you can't go ahead and claim that's also the stolen thing. Akon says, yes, I can. The transaction was valid. In other words, yes, they sold to Shimon. At the end of the day, it's valid. Good. She says, but I saw a similar. That's what some of the situation was. I remember again. Right? So same case, but let's say not the same case. In this case, Shimon purchased, so Shimon purchased the investor property. As well as parcel A. Shimon is selling parcel B and uses parcel A to identify the borders of parcel B. Reuben himself signs on that shtackles. Reuben signs on that shtackles. The Mishnah says everyone agrees that after selling that shtackles, no one has a right to use swear. Parcel B is going to get no show. That's what she told me. She said, no show. God, the record is sincere. So, what you said, well, similarly, it's no show. Reuben said, overall, also, it's that's only true. But what? But Reuben started with Shimon saying, for someone else. What happened if Shimon is selling the parcel to Reuben himself? Shimon is selling the parcel to Reuben. Now, in that sale, Shimon uses parcel A, which is the investor property, as a border, as a border identification. Then ultimately, in that case, even though Reuben, right, though he made that solution, Reuben did not go ahead and use the right. What is the building from parcel A? Why? The Agar keep it up. This is a
Sidebar. Hey guys. That's true. And shipping is selling to another party. And shipping is selling to Ruben. Ruben himself. So Ruben doesn't object to use the parcel every day as a photo. That's because Ruben doesn't want to pay property in the transaction. Because in other transaction, Ruben says, so this was what the original piece. This is the original piece. So I love how I say that. Because Ruben is on the show where shipping is selling parcel. So what happens? Your shop. So it's an active transaction. Now what happens? So we're going to, by the way, our slaves fund. Our slaves fund. What happens? Shop is very bad. And so we're going to right? We're going to buy. We're going to dive after the direction. That is an exciting. So let's have the truck. We're shipping as a order. Right now, you want to talk about that's what maybe that's what
say I say I'm surgery field is fine, and the only thing I say that was such so because I was a serious experience after the work, so there was literally so much stuff. That where she was selling the culture, she was selling the soul, the order of the future, when they signed on it, transaction. It's a Monday, no days off. It's only for me by day. After that, we don't bounce. After Trump is controlled, he says, tries to see. But on the very next day, after Trump is listening, he makes this story. And this is, about it, that's why, because it is, this is the time of the tradition. Right? We ain't telling it back. It's not about that. It's the more we get to the always reveal, to which the control is saying, that's it, this is the all shouldn't be always be killed for just 8 hours straight. That's what we would identify as the order, which Rabbi says that to happen. But still, how do you make it possible? I don't have fun. Still should have to go ahead and say, so like, I just got troubles. Even if that's a good thing, that's why we should sort people. She puts possession, 8 hours straight. So, look at the big fun. So let's say you're the problem. All that matters is there was that narrow orchestra pretty does pretty down so all of the other the other couple that's the kind of Azad Trump says the funeral of while it's true that I sold that orchestra back to that show, I have subsequently purchased I said, just only shot the couple who said, good, or a broken one, or that one has a that's what happened. So I said, oh, again, we sold it or purchased it. It was a reason that she said, Hesh, I said, what Hesh? She did I said, so there's this like the garage we have like here conditions that these people love. And once that Hesh, I saw Hesh, they're appreciation shows the shadow. So I was like, so here is where remember, Shimon sold the field, so Laban sold the field. We went there, and then again, guess what happened? No matter what happened. What happened? So now you have Ruben from eBay. Now you have Shimon. Maybe some field Shimon's field right. Okay, fine. Now what happens? Shimon sells the field. That transaction is A has a order identification. Ruben signs on that stock, that bill of sale that shows regarding afterwards what happens? Shimon, so Ruben says, field A is mine. Stolen from by eBay and sold to Shimon. So remember again, speaking about the Mishnah, it's field let's say in this case, it's meaning of the word. In this case, what happens is, Ruben goes ahead and takes that's not the right thing. He brings witnesses. And I will say, after those witnesses what happens? He dies. Okay, now what happens? After Tropus comes to about Tropus comes to about Tropus says, and here's what it is, it's witness. That's why he says, this is a witness, it's an issue. Things I, after Tropus says that he has equals, and I says essentially, the witness is taking the case of what? Ruben's signature. In other words, once Ruben signs on that contract, he effectively signs on his rights. Because the arbitration says, shim it, strip of blood. Strip of blood. Okay. So now what you're telling me is, moving sun that unit wasn't the investment. What was he acknowledging? What was he acknowledging? That Shimon owns a strip of land on field A that others on field B. But that in no way is holding his right to the rest of field A. That's good. But if I says, okay, hey, that's fine, say, super plays on the rest of field A, but what? You have to go ahead and possession what? The strip of land. To which Jordan says, but one second. Still, moving what strip of land from Shimon. But that, which Rabbi said, without the sale, what do you have as well? The same that the high school deal was still sold. So now moving so it's after what was taken. That's going to still happen on the street. Now moving further qualified with like after the sale occurred, moving brought it back from shit. It's a test shot from shit. Which case, moving starts from shit. Gotta surround yourself with people. Like this apple trouble somebody says, no, exactly what you do. Good. So what's like, so for our purposes, I don't know myself. I mean, what's like, this is a conversation. Yes. That's very complicated. So remember again, what's like, what you have such mechanisms that come with such a as a total thing. But I'm a classmate. We're close to I recognize society above us other debates. We don't have time to argue with them. We got to tell it. Here it is. Women should not on the ship itself. Okay. Women said the women sold the field ship. But how do you believe? So Shimon should sell. So they sold the field to Shimon. And the women was one of the villains of the what happens? Subsequently, right? Moving place, it's actually very moving ends up lost. And I love the myself. Ladies stole it from me. A shop. Rabbi passes by. They're gonna claim yes. A sign that because I wanted to go from lady to Shimon because I thought that was going to steal back from Shimon. But the lady, Rabbi says, is those basically, I love for myself. I love for myself. There's absolutely nothing to talk about once you are part of the transaction. Like once you are almost on that stein, then effectively see myself, don't be like advertising. There's more, much more again. Those was point in the current design and then was covered based on that. But additional good reach that over the years and then the day I said, and what's the other way? They asked me, what do you have to do? So listen, and that's answer number one. And then one, as I surrender again, the reason just so you know, also the reason why we're doing this, because remember, the way this kind of started off was unknown technology. And remember again, it started off with a discussion about Soros, that's what consumers. Now let's say just Misha, how about anything else? Was it what? Ruben goes overseas. Ruben owns a field. Listen, so here's Ruben's get it right away. Get right away with someone. So what happened? So we shot the person because the guys are real. So once it's now the house, because they're going for a while, you can't really have it right away. Where these guys are going to make things like this. Imagine, right up the day was on season. I stole this piece right now. So I go over, even though it's out. I basically get some let's get it right. Figure out what is the shortest way to get it. Let's assume that we're going to be establishment. It's not simple. Make no that's down up the way. I'm not going to stop that. You have a choice. Either go ahead and just follow everything you negotiated before, so again, this is actually say, listen,
I love being have sex with some creeper, but the money part,
I'm gotta be honest with you, that would drive me nuts, dude.
yeah,
My girl was like not into me and into some fucking dirtbag in California.
yeah. What was he thinking?
Yeah.
There's so much fish in the sea, Robert De Niro in Casino. What are you doing? Why would you do that?
I mean, maybe he speaks a different love language than we do. You know what I mean? Maybe he speaks that language that she gives. She's fluent in or something like that.
He was deeply in love with her. I think that's the problem. You can't really control what the heart wants, right?
Yes, and this is what I always say to you.
Yeah.
You can't control what the heart wants, but you can blind. You can like give the heart some tunnel vision. You feel me?
How do you do that?
Just like, oh no, she doesn't exist. Like act like you have schizophrenia or something. Like those are just fake voices.
You know, your heart is telling you, well, can you really do that? Because he like, I know it's just a movie,
Right.
but he literally couldn't. He kept going back.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a way to your heart. You feel something. You're so in love with somebody, but then you go, you feel that, and then she's a fucking whore. She's a whore. But it doesn't. I don't know if you can do that.
See, well, here's the thing. If you don't mind, I told you I had a little bit.
Yeah.
I think this is perfect for this. I've got this new thing that I'm doing. Your boy's on the dating scene and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, everybody knows about that,
Right? So I've been really upset with my first dates. I'm not gonna lie. Has nothing to do with them fucking me, okay? But I've been really upset with my first date, so I thought of this bit that I'll do from now on because I don't like the questions. Do you like getting questions asked, like 21 questions? That's bullshit.
I have a toxic trait where I like to.
I want to talk about
Oh, Gander the Commander.
Yo, dog, where were you?
I didn't know if you had watched the documentary.
Dog, I watched it. I watched it on double time so that I could catch up to you. And I watched another documentary on Gander because I thought that's the one we were watching at first. So I know so much about Gander. I'm ready to just burst at the seams with my Gander knowledge. The first documentary that I watched about Gander is all about like OG Gander knowledge. So, like, pardon me in advance for being such a knowledgeable person about one of my, if not my favorite, Newfie town.
Wait, so did you see the link that I sent you?
Dog, yeah, I watched it, baby. I watched the whole thing. I know about the musical. I know about the guy from Ireland and the lady from Canada who have a 7-year age gap and they got married. I know about the two gay guys. I know about the cots. I know about the cold Kentucky Fried Chicken. I know all of that.
Hell yeah. What was the secondary Gander documentary?
All right, so this is how it went down. You're like, hey, I'm gonna start streaming, and I'm like, okay. So I go to watch it, and it just keeps spinning, and I try with another account and another account. I'm like, okay, well, he must not know. So I tell you, and then I figure, you know what? There can't be that many documentaries on some little town in Newfoundland. Boy, was I wrong. So I start watching this other one, and the other one is all about like it's the same idea, but it's much more about the history of Gander, which is quite fascinating. In fact, I wanted to talk to you guys about. Is your mom there as well?
She's pretty tired.
Okay, that's fine.
Taking Yola for a whiz.
Absolutely. I just didn't know if I was talking to you or multiple people. I wanted to say that after having watched this first one, that the town of Gander is fascinating for several reasons. So, um, it was once like the biggest airport hub in the world, or perhaps just in Canada, but it was giant because planes back in the day had to refuel very often. They didn't have like intercontinental planes, and um, so they had to refuel somewhere. And Gander's airport was like the best place to do it, whether you were coming from Europe or North America. And then, like the story of Gander is fascinating. That it just like started as a fishing village, but then it was actually just like protected land by the Commonwealth. Basically, it wasn't even part. Newfoundland wasn't even part of Canada until like 1949 or something. It was like pretty late. Anyway, it was like it had this like autonomous status, and it was being used for like kind of like secret Canada stuff, for its like planes and things. Like, and then they built the airport, and it was fascinating to me that like I forgot that like not everybody always had a private jet. So Gander used to be this place where you could meet like Humphrey Bogart or like Frank Sinatra, maybe like really famous people who were going to Europe who just had to stop over because the plane had to refuel. It's not like you had direct flights. And then the Queen of England came to Gander to dedicate the new airport. It was a big deal. She was an open air vehicle, and like the people at Gander never thought they'd meet the Queen.
I wonder if that's where like the saying like "take a gander" comes from.
No, dog, that's incorrect. We'll look at the etymology of that.
Yeah, it's a bike. Chill.
All right, so it's like a male goose. Um,
A gander's a male goose.
yeah, goose and gander.
Oh, that's why that mascot As a goose?
Yeah, dog art. Dude,
That was some
how
kind
little
of-
did you watch this documentary? Gander the Commander's obviously
No,
a gander, a male goose, because of the name of the town. I mean, did
That's
you
a-
not pay any attention? Are you not, like,
Did they say? I don't think they mentioned that in the documentary.
No.
That gander meant
no, they didn't.
goddamn goose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the meaning of look is derived from the
I'm
image of
out here connecting dots, and you're throwing shade.
Doug. Yeah, because I know what's going on. The meaning of look is derived from the image of craning one's neck like a goose. All right. So then the Concorde stopped there. It was like the main hub of the Concorde for like its initial flying out, and the town was a bustling place. They interviewed like the son of the guy who was like the head of the Gander airport, who met Fidel Castro, and Fidel Castro became friends. Like this was like a happening place, and how people would like this was a fascinating part. I think it was the first documentary. I don't think it was the second documentary where people from the Eastern Bloc. Oh no, that was the second documentary. People from the Eastern Bloc would like come from like the Soviet Union and want to be going to Cuba, and they would go through Canada because the United States wouldn't like allow people to come in, and then they would just get off the plane and be like, I want to seek asylum, and then like the people would be like, you're not allowed to seek asylum, and they'd be like, uh, or like sometimes they would, well, usually the people of Canada were really nice, but it wasn't even technically Canada. It was like an autonomous region, like semi-autonomous region for a while. So they were just like part of Gander. And okay, so it's just fascinating. Oh, and then also how the town was bustling until the advent of the um, the larger jet planes that basically didn't have to refuel, and that killed the city. And I thought that could be a documentary in itself. That this was like a happening place. You had the Queen there, you had Fidel Castro there, you had Humphrey Bogart there, and like Hollywood celebrities who were on their way to Europe. They had to stop in Gander. It was like called the last, like the edge of the earth or something like that. And then all of that.
Is the position of Gander like very, 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 very east, like more east than like St. John's, Newfoundland?
You don't know where Gander?
I didn't look on the map.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you.
Knowledge is crippling.
I'm going to tell you all about it. And let's not forget Labrador, because that's like a baller ass place too. But Gander is located on the northeastern island of Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, situated approximately 40 kilometers south of Gander Bay and 310 kilometers northwest of the provincial capital, St. John's. Founded in 1936 to support the construction of the Gander International Airport, the town was officially incorporated by 1958 and has a population of 11,880. Uh, the town is globally renowned for its aviation history, having been once known as the crossroads of the world due to its role as a critical refueling stop for transatlantic flights. Now, in terms,
St. John's is even further east than Gander.
Okay, but it's not as far north.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they decided that Gander is the optimal flight path or something.
I think so. And they were doing some secret stuff in Gander. It was like they didn't really go into it in either documentary, but they did some like plane testing there, and they certainly did the plane testing when they were launching the Concorde. And so anyway,
part of the reason why they may have used Gander instead of St. John's is because of the fog, and potentially St. John's has a lot more fog than Gander. I could be wrong, but
Doug, I'm not going with that assumption. I bet they're both foggy as fuck.
No, it's a good assumption.
I bet they're both foggy as fuck. So anyway,
No, Gander's not right on the water. We're in.
okay, it still can get fog.
Yeah, but if you're directly off the coast, you'll get way more fog.
I understand there's a marine layer. I get that.
Everyone knows that.
Duh, everybody knows that. I think that the second one went in much more into like the people of Gander and how they supported the people from the plains and stuff. And I really liked the part about the animals. They had two bonobos. You didn't even talk about the bonobos. You didn't even remember the bonobos.
No, I the rare monkeys. Yes, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, why are you calling them rare monkeys? They're bonobos.
Did you watch the documentary?
Yeah.
The lady was asking the pilot if there were rare monkeys on board.
Yeah.
And then he was like, yeah.
No, at first they didn't want to say.
Yeah, no, I was summarizing.
Okay. Well, that's perhaps an inaccurate summarization. All right, so then I just thought it was really beautiful. I thought the stories of the people falling in love was really beautiful, and just like this little town of 11,880 people welcomed in like 6,500 individuals from all over the world. People, and like they had that birthday party with Gander the commander, and they had um, all the food and the cold Kentucky Fried Chicken, and the people realizing like, wow, they've been at this all day if the food is so cold, and how Gander has a Walmart, and like they were like, well, this can't be that small, and people like were walking there, and they're like, you don't have to walk, like, and normally you don't get in cars with strangers, but Gander's different. It just seemed like the nicest flippin' people, like literally. It reminds me of how some people would have been like 50 years ago. Like Newfoundland is like 50 years behind, and from just some ways, in other ways it's not, but just I really think it needs a tunnel to the mainland. And I know that probably won't get done, but to me, Canada should work on that. You have so much.
Why not a bridge? We have like giant bridges.
Yeah, bridges are terrible. Bridges get ice on them. Bridges get run into by ships. Bridges have to deal with the issue of erosion much more than tunnels. Even though tunnels are more expensive, they're safer. So I'm a bigger fan of tunnels. So anyway, I'm gonna propose that we build a tunnel to Newfoundland and Labrador. And I think Labrador, in its own way, is like the unsung hero of the island because nobody talks about Labrador, and it's baller. Um, all right, so what else about Gander? I thought it was interesting.
The scene where they had to buy undies from Walmart.
Yeah,
pretty wild, but they never got into the specifics of how many undies they really bought.
Yeah,
which I like for considering 9,000 people were there. I doubt Walmart had enough undies.
right. I mean, the people were there. Like, I thought it was interesting when the people were on the plane for like 25 hours and all got really drunk, but didn't know what was going on, and they had to like fake out the people for not using the phones and put like a fake note on it. Like, to me, that would never work today. Like, it just showed me like things are different today. Like 50 people would have tried that phone, even if it says it's broken. In today's day and age, they're gonna try that phone. I mean, they'll have cell phones.
Oh, I thought they want like some of them were paying the phone bills and they were actually like $13,000.
Oh, that's different. No. They had the payphones, but they didn't want 6,000 people using the payphones all at once, and they would have. So they just put a sign on it if you were paying attention, and the sign said "out of order," so that you didn't have people there all night using the phones. And I don't know, the Gander Academy seemed like those people were really nice.
Wait, why couldn't they use the phone? Isn't that what the phone is for? Use it.
Yeah, but they didn't. They felt like they had 6,000 people who needed to just use like a handful of uh, payphones, and they would have been just everybody would have been at the phones, and they would have been like, come on, get off the phone," basically. So they wanted them at the Gander Academy, so they just put a sign on the phone saying it was out of order.
Okay, but I mean, still, I mean, they could have been like giving people like a little time limit or something. I don't know.
I agree, but six
People
thousand
wanted
people,
to phone their families.
6,000 people apparently was just too. I mean, that's a lot. If they only had 6 phones, that's 1,000 people are making cell phone calls, and you can imagine, or like pay phone calls. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. I would have said the same thing. Just let them use the phone and figure it out. But instead, they're like, we just put a sign on the phone that said out of order because um, there were just 6,000 people who wanted to make calls, and we needed them at the Gander Academy. I thought it was interesting to have the cots. I thought it was interesting as well, especially in 2001. Like homosexuality wasn't seen as it wasn't as normalized as it is today, and they were like, "What are we gonna do having like 2 gay guys on cots?" And it was like, you know what? That's the least of our worries at this point. And I was sad that the gay guys.
That's the least of our worries. Is that what it is?
That's what they said. That's what the guy said. Were you not watching this documentary? I watched 2 documentaries on Gander, Newfoundland, Canada. Did you even watch one?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and I got to listen to you swallow. You guys hear this MFer swallowing on the stream?
I like drinking water. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just giving you shit. I thought it was really a nice documentary. I've got to say, I paid more attention to this documentary than any of the other ones, and I think it's because, and I love watching them when you stream. So whenever you come in here, I want you to stream them, but I can't always hear them that well. I don't know why. So I watched it on a different device, and it was louder, and so I could really pay attention to it. But I did have to watch it in like 1.75 speed, which I really liked. It made it like more enjoyable. I got the whole musical and everything. That was cool. And they went to like La Jolla, and they went to Washington D.C., and then they eventually made it to um, uh, Gander, and that was cool. And then they had a reunion where they had people drinking out of like what looked like a big penis. I don't really know what that was about, but I'm sure that just they were. I wanted the gay guys to stay together. That was kind of sad that they didn't. But I thought it was really nice. That one lady was 60 years old in 2001, and in this documentary did not look much older than that. Like I was thinking, like that was 16 years later. She would have been like 76, and she looked really good. Um, and I thought
I agree with that.
I thought that I was surprised how old they said she was in that, and I thought it was sweet. Like she made the guy was gonna kiss her on the forehead, and she just kissed him, and like how he wanted to take a picture, and she's like, "Okay, we'll take a picture of the landscape," and he's like, "No, I want to take a picture with you in it." Which today I could see people be like, "Oh, that's so creepy," but like then it was like, it was a beautiful thing, and I could see people who are mature being like, "That's not creepy at all. That's what pictures are for, to take pictures of people about whom you care." Um, and I thought it was just a really cool moment, and you were like a baby at 9/11, but there was something in the air for 9/12 the day after where Americans were really pissed, but really it was the best day. Everyone was so nice. It was unbelievable how nice people were the next day. It was like it was like there was a switch that was turned on everywhere in America, that we were going to be nice to each other. People were holding doors for each other, letting people in traffic. Everybody was just so nice. And that there's actually a foundation that was started called the 912 Foundation that wanted to recapture that kind of idea that we had. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced in terms of how nice people were. Everyone was so nice. It was literally like in a movie where they have those like the like electrical thing where you like hit the electrical grid like lever. It was like somebody put this lever on, and it was like for 24 hours everybody's going to be really nice. And it wasn't just for 24 hours, it was for about a week. Everybody had a flag on their car. um, Flag pins were everywhere. This is the start of when politicians started wearing flag pins. Before that, flag pins were not a thing.
It's like ironic almost, so like an act of terrorism unites people to like come together.
It's true. It's like what that lady said. If you were paying attention, no, I'm kidding. She was like, it's sad to say, but like such a um terrible act brought about so much love, and I thought that was really sweet and apt. I thought it was accurate. I think that the town though, aside from that day, has a really interesting story that hasn't really been fleshed out. It was once the crossroads of like Canada or the air or whatever you want to consider it, and then all of that industry died. But I find it interesting that like you didn't have people who were flying on private planes. There were no private planes, so you would have like really big celebrities in your town, and the people of Gander really liked that. They would be like, it was a cool thing about living there that you could meet anybody at the airport. And that's another thing too. I don't think you ever had the opportunity to travel before 9/11, but you've seen it in movies and stuff. TSA and all of that was totally different. You could walk up to the boarding gate and wait for someone, or the arrival gate, and like in the movies where they meet right there, right when they get off the plane. All of that was very accurate. And um, everything they say changed after 9/11, and it really did. It changed. It changed everything. But in a lot of ways, some people found love, so that was cool. I really wanted the gander. I thought they were going to do this when they were talking about the animals. Um, I thought they were going to go to the local gander animal shelter and have the animals come there and be like, um, like what do you call it? Animals like what do you call those
Support
animals?
animals?
Yeah, exactly. I thought they were going to have them do that.
Random people's pets volunteered their dogs.
No. I thought the shelter of Gander that would have animals, they would take those animals, since they had all these extra people, and I'm sure they could have all adopted all of their animals, but it didn't seem like they did that.
That's yeah. I mean, yeah. During their time of support, their little cat could have comforted them. Or something.
Well, yeah. I don't know about cats so much, but dogs. Cats kind of can run away and stuff, but the dogs generally, I think, would have been huge hits, and it seemed like it was interesting. Um, and the
I found it wild that they left those animals on the plane for like 36 hours or something,
I did too.
and then like they're just like crapping in their crate, and it seemed like, I mean, it was pretty rough for the people too. Being stranded like on the plane for 24 hours would be like annoying, but for the dogs it must have sucked even more because they didn't have water for like 36 hours.
Exactly.
It was a long time. Maybe some of them longer than that, and like they just did not. It was like not a priority. I'd be pretty cheesed.
Well, you're looking.
And like some of the cat, like one cat had like medication. Maybe only had enough medication for like a day or something, and not like a week.
You're looking at it.
In the middle of nowhere.
You're looking at it with 2026 eyes, though. In 2021, animals did not have the same priority that they do today. Nobody called their in 2021. Nobody called their animal my fur baby. That wasn't a term that was used. It was just like a thing. You had to take care of the people
In
first.
2001, people cared about them.
I'm not
They're
saying I'm
flying
not.
them.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. They were flying them. They obviously cared about them, but there wasn't this idea that this is like my child. That didn't come about for another 10 years or so.
I mean, people have cared about dogs a lot for like a long time.
I agree, but they.
I feel like there would have been the knowledge that like leaving them aboard a plane for 36 hours without water is not cool.
I agree, and they left the people on board for 25 hours, so the animals were only on board seemingly for another 11 hours or so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe a smaller animal can't go as long as a human without water.
Um,
It could have been dangerous, I feel. And there's probably not AC. It happened in September though, so the weather probably wasn't too hot.
it was probably
It could have been
cool.
warm though.
Yeah, I mean they didn't talk about any animals that had died.
Yeah, true.
And I mean, perhaps they did, and they just didn't want to cover that. But I don't know. I thought
They should let people like pet the rare monkeys and stuff, and
yeah,
get their picture taken with the monkeys, and have that as like a symbol of hope or something. I don't know.
I don't think that's a strange thing. I agree. When else are you gonna be able to be with a monkey, like that? And yeah, very interesting. But I think that that town has a really interesting story that hasn't been fleshed out, or if it has, it. I mean, the documentaries basically cover it, but it's like this really small town, like 11,000 people that, in its own way, had a huge effect on people, and it seems like they do reunions, maybe not like every year, every 10 years or whatever, but occasionally, and I'm sure that there are people who are like. Um, Whenever anybody's like, I'm from Newfoundland, they're like, oh, do you know about Gander? And they're like, yeah, actually, I'm from Gander. Oh, well, my grandfather was on this flight on 9/11 and had to stay there. You guys were so nice. Like, I'm sure they get that. They'll get that for 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, they built like a sense of community with those people to survive through that horrible experience. Well, I mean, it wasn't. It could have been. They didn't. The documentary didn't talk about how other cities were coping with it too. Because my dad during 9/11 was stranded in Minnesota, in like some very small town in Minnesota, and there's no. You couldn't rent a car. Cars were all rented. You couldn't, like, all the hotels were booked, and then so you met people in the airport, and then they decided to split. Like one of them had a hotel or something, and then there after like day 5 or something, they opened up the airport for 2 hours before they closed it down again. And then my dad somehow had talked to some guy who had was like an executive or something, and he booked. He was like, "Is anyone coming to Toronto? Or anyone want to come to Toronto?" And like their little group, and then they flew out of Minnesota on like day 3 or day 5 in like a private airplane, and they like made it out in like that 2 hour window, and then it closed down for like another like week or something. No planes were getting out for like a while after.
Yeah, it was a very strange time. You want to watch my podcast?
I'm going to sleep right now.
Man, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I knew I was gonna get this bullshit from you. You'll watch Zoot's fucking podcast, which is like an hour long, talking about comedy, I guess. But mine, which talks about mind uploading and
All
CRISPR.
right, stream it. Stream it right now. Are you gonna stream it?
If I send the link, will you stream it?
I'll watch it. I can't stream it on my phone, I don't think.
This is bullshit. Okay, we'll watch it another time.
All right.
Okay, and then before you go, then one night after your mom leaves, we're gonna watch the highest watch Joe Rogan ever about Bob Lazar. Then we're gonna watch his most recent one, which happened like yesterday, and then we're gonna watch this other thing, this aviation historian. Okay, so you're gonna have like a Bob Lazar night. I hope you're aware of that.
Sounds good. Yeah, I like Bob Lazar.
You don't even know who he is.
I know all about him.
All right, then. Where did he go to university? I'll wait.
Somewhere in California, right?
It's disputed. But perhaps Caltech, which is in Pasadena, and MIT. But it's disputed. It's a weird thing. They basically erased his um, university records. The government did. So he says he went there, but there are no records of it. So sure, okay, fine, we'll give you that one.
Got a degree in physics.
He got a job.
Or
He got a job, yeah, at Los Alamos Laboratories. So they don't just hire anybody. Like everybody who's there has a degree. But if you look up his records at MIT,
was it in aerospace engineering or
I believe it was physics. But if you look up his records, they have no record of him at the school. So it's like somebody from the black world, like literally erased him. The only reason why he had any record of himself at Los Alamos, he was like, I worked at Los Alamos. They're like, we have no record of this. He had an old, or someone had an old phone book that had his name on it, and then when he went there, he knew the place like the back of his hand. He's like, that's where the bathroom is. That's where this is. That's what this is. But they had no record of him. They like erased his record everywhere. But he was in the phone book, and the fact that he was in the Los Alamos phone book for the laboratory showed that he worked there at some point.
Does the Joe Rogan podcast, like that he's in, does he talk about his movie?
Yeah.
Is he like there to promote the movie?
Yeah, he doesn't do. That's the thing that's really interesting about him. He doesn't do press. Rarely. He doesn't like to be on camera. He would do one interview every 5 years, basically, and this is his one interview. He might do maybe one other interview, but he does not like it. He doesn't like the spotlight. And I'm telling you, Riser, and they talk about this on the most recent Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's so excited that he's there. They get drunk, and that's the thing. Joe Rogan always gets him drunk to try to get more and more out of him. But the thing is, like that makes it hard for him to concentrate because he's fucking wasted. But they have a good time, and I'm telling you that Bob Lazar's story has remained consistent for 35 years, and 30 years. Wait, 30? 35 years. More than that. And I mean,
does he disclose like new information that he has withheld?
Yeah, so that's what's interesting about this that makes me want to watch this documentary they made. He worked with a team for like 4 years, but just more towards the end of the 4 years that used. They said they say that of this documentary, 10% of the images are like AI, and 90% were made with Blender. And it's the first time that and you actually can like be in the documentary in 3D and see what life was like in the ship, and like there's never been any of that. It's only ever been Bob Lazar trying to describe what the craft was like, and he'd be like, "It's a pewter. It's like it was injection molded, or now we know it to be 3D printed." But when he first started talking about this, that the term 3D printing wasn't a thing. And the big thing about Bob Lazar is he knew about a type of element 115, also known as Moscovium, also known as Uno and Pentium, that hadn't been discovered yet, which is like a big deal. Like he would talk about it. That's how these crafts work. And it's like you're talking about an element that doesn't exist. And it would only come about like 15 years later and discovered in Russia. So anyway,
Damn.
yeah, it's a fascinating story. It is such a fascinating story. Uh, I wasn't on a podcast, but I was on um, a Twitter space with someone, and they had like 2 hour Twitter space, and they're like, "Does anyone have any like um, stories they'd like to talk about like UFOs or aliens or anything?" And I was like, and no one was coming up to talk, and I was like, "Okay, well, I'll talk about this. Do you guys know about the Bob Lazar story?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we love that story. Tell it." And I just go through it, and I talked for like 30 minutes just about this story. I'm absolutely fascinated by it. I will always be fascinated by it. It is so cool to me that I just can't stop talking about it. It's like, and as Joe Rogan said, there's a reason why my number one podcast of all time is about this subject because everybody finds it interesting. If you have any interest in this subject, you're going to find the idea of the government reverse engineering alien craft to be very interesting, and it absolutely is. Um, so, anyway.
And Area 51 is like a real place.
Oh yeah, it was disclosed in 2012. But this is a different part of Area 51. This is an area called S4, which is about 15 miles south, and it's like the super secret place. Area 51 is very secret, but S4 is super secret.
Right. Yeah, no, we'll watch it tomorrow.
No, your mom's in town. I don't want to watch it.
No, she's leaving tomorrow.
She didn't even say bye.
No.
All right, well, tell her bye and tell her I
I guess.
enjoyed the conversations that we had.
She is super tired, so she can really. She loved the documentary, and I'm sure she'd be happy to know that you love the documentary on Gander.
Both of them. Explain I loved both of them.
Well, we didn't watch the other one.
Yeah, well, explain that I know all about how Fidel Castro was there and the Queen Elizabeth II was there. Tell her all about this. Tell her how I knew that it was the crossroads of the world at one point. Just brief her. But
I knew that fact. I literally knew that fact when I was 6 years old about the Newfoundland stop on the way to Europe.
yeah, you didn't know that. Nobody knows that. All right. But would you please and also yeah, okay, cool. But real people who are worldly don't always know that. Okay, can you please tell her that I very much enjoyed the conversations that we had? I think she's a very intelligent individual. She has a wonderful son, and I look forward to speaking with her and you guys together some other time. Thank you. And say hello to Christopher for me, please.
Absolutely, I'll pass that along.
Excellent.
Thank you for your kind words.
Absolutely, my friend.
Enjoy the rest of your night. Trying to stay up too late.
Dog, I slept till 3 o'clock today. I'm up all night, baby.
Okay.
Peace.
Well, take care.
You too.
Peace.
To be, talked about in the center of attention, whether it's good or bad, they know that. Oh, yeah. So of course I like questions.
You're gonna love this.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I like questions.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Right, but I don't like ones where they have the upper hand and they start douching you because they already know their answer. You know what I mean? Like, so whenever a girl asks me, like again in my life, if they're ever like, where if you could visit anywhere in the world, where would you go? Have you gotten this question?
I mean, it's been a while now,
Right.
But
you've got everyone.
Yeah.
Chicks are obsessed with this fucking question.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, if you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go? And then we're obviously on a date, so I'd be very excited. Thank you so much for asking.
Yeah.
And then I get my glass and I go ding 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 ding. And they're like, everyone, everyone in this restaurant. She just asked me a question. She asked me if I can go anywhere in the world, where would I go?
I went to Texas.
Which translates to Jesus Christ. If I could go anywhere in the world, where would I go? And I look her dead in the eyes and I go, I'm never leaving Los Angeles. And then, I'm in the city of Los Angeles. Everyone's on my side. So I just rallied the troops because she can't give me some bullshit like, yeah, I think I got that travel. Now she's got to deal with the whole fucking place. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Would this be before or after you demanded chai tea?
Okay, I'm drinking chai tea once.
You got the chai tea from the waiter that hates you, and you're like, hey, everybody. They're like, oh, my God. The people think you've relapsed that know you, and someone walks by like, oh, my God, look, he did. No, but so you got the chai tea in your hand, ding, ding, and you're digging the chai tea. I'll never leave. Or no, you have to say it first. You go, so
She's asked me where I would go anywhere in the world. And then I stare at her and I go, I never live in Los Angeles. You have to, it's like you're at a sports event. You have to get everyone in, and then who's not going to cheer for Los Angeles when you're in the city? You know what I mean?
I think they would cheer. I mean, the new season of Love on the Spectrum is out, so a lot of people are watching that. If you do that, people will think that you are also on the spectrum.
Well, I love trains, yeah.
You're like, that is a very on the spectrum thing to do. Like, just stand up. She just asked me. I don't know why I'm giving you Al Pacino. She just asked me if I could go anywhere. But I mean, it would be funny to do it one time, maybe.
Oh, I mean, okay, so you're not gonna
question.
Yeah, you're not gonna like.
No, I like it.
So like, this actually makes me want to travel. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So like, I'm gonna go to New York for 4 days. Give myself 4 days.
Yeah.
And then have a first date. Find somebody in New York. You know what I mean? Take them on a first date. And then again, they ask me that question because girls always ask this question. And I get everyone's attention. Excuse me, hey. She just asked me if I can go anywhere in the world. Where would I go? And I stare at her and I go, I ain't never leaving New York City.
Okay,
And I just, gabagoo, all this New York type stuff.
How about this?
Yes.
Same bit. Okay. She asks you that thing, and you get up and you go. I guess you have to have a chai tea everywhere you go. Whatever drink you end up getting. Okay, you got horchata in your hand this time,
Right.
and you go, everybody. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'll give you that. Maybe that was all right. I apologize to Formula One. So you get up and you go, hey, everybody. She just asked me if I could go anywhere in the world. Where do I want to go? And guess what? I want to go to Dallas, Texas. Now, that has nothing to do with shop. Sorry, let me pick something else. That's way too shop. Even when I'm trying not to do shop, I want to go to Park City, Utah. And I'm going right now. And you leave the date. How about that?
Okay, that's a great exit plan.
Then you go to Utah, maybe.
Yeah.
And then you just keep doing it.
So I have integrity in this.
I don't know where you get a tick from what I just said.
Well, like, because I'm telling the whole bar I'm going to Park City, then I actually go to Park City, Utah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you said you like traveling. And it's funny that, like, somebody says, well, if you could be anywhere in the world, where would you want to be? And you go, and you say, oh, man, life is short. You made me think about something I want.
Yeah.
You're cute, but are you better than Park City, Utah? I don't know yet, because I've never been there. No offense to you.
Yeah.
That's a whole place, and you're just one woman. So I'm leaving, because you motivated me, you inspired me. I'm out of here. The question, was it stupid for you to ask that? Probably, because I'm gone. And you go to where Park City is. I think that's where, like, they're skiing there or something like that. I'm not a skier, but maybe you would like
Probably a great place to go.
it looks really nice. It was also on Love, so that's I can only remember a certain amount of things throughout the week. What is the next question?
Yeah, see, then I was trying to think of like other questions that you would ask and how I can bring it back to Los Angeles. Because the whole point of the getting everyone involved is that they are in that city.
And they're on your side because they like it.
And I'm tired of being attacked for questions that I'm asked and I answer honestly. Honestly, dude, girls do not want the truth. You know?
Probably not.
I told somebody recently, I was like, yeah, I don't think I would want to leave Los Angeles. Not even for fun. You know?
Is that the truth?
Is it? In the moment, it was. Like, when I was thinking, you know what I mean? Like,
you're just in a bad mood on a date. I don't know. I guess if I had to go somewhere, I'd probably fucking go to the morgue. It's like a terrible attitude. If I had to go somewhere, I probably wouldn't be on this fucking date with you. I would never leave. I don't want to leave LA, even on a trip. That's not true. You like going on trips.
But like, let's be honest though, dude. I just met you. We're not gonna make plans to go on night. You know what I mean? And then like, it's part of like the whole thing where they have to like be one with each other and stuff like this. It's like, no, dude, just fuck me already, dude.
You know what is funny about that? If the girl's motivation for that is not like either just keeping the conversation going or seeing what your interests are, if she's really like she's asking that because she's so sick in her mind that she thinks that if you say the same place she wants to go, that means something.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be kind of cute and nice if it was. You say like Iceland, and that's like where she really wants to
She's
go.
like, dude, don't get me started on ice.
Dripping wet. You know, she's fucking Baja mode.
She's like, you know that Iceland's green and Greenland's ice.
But I mean, yeah, that's like a stupid thing. I think it's just like a way to know that you like traveling or something about you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I like to keep a thick veil. You know what I mean?
What? Yeah. Stop. But what's a bad answer to that?
A bad answer is I'm never leaving Los Angeles.
I guess that is, yeah. That's the worst. That is a terrible answer. And that's why you said that one time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of something even like what is worse than that.
They picked the worst answers.
You weren't even trying, and you picked the worst possible answer.
But now I'm sticking to it because I got good douche so hard by some random chick. And then I'm just like, all right, well, fucking next time you're gonna hear about it from everyone, dude.
I wonder what she said. Did she say like, you never want to leave it? Like she got kind of like.
She was like trying to be like, how can I approach this kindly, whatever type thing.
Yeah.
And then she's like, don't travel. Like, like.
Oh, okay. So she did say, okay. What's another answer? What's another question that chicks ask like that? Like that you could, because I like the idea of like it's all LA. It's kind of it's funny to bury yourself so deep in a hole like that, like right away on the date, and then to dig yourself out of it, try and convince her that no, I just really love Los Angeles a lot. I'm a very positive guy. I love LA. But how do you come back from that? What's the question that they ask? What do your parents do? They're like, you just start lying. My mom is the mayor of Los Angeles. I'm sitting here. My parents actually founded, or my great-grandparents founded Los Angeles. That doesn't make sense either.
My great-great-grandpa's name was Angelus. Girls, knowing that I'm a comedian, always ask if I've been on Kill Tony. How can I bring it back to Los Angeles?
Oh,
I was on Kill Tony.
Go ahead.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Everyone, she's just asked another question.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bring everyone into it.
Okay, I've got one, but I mean,
Okay, go for it.
All right, so you say, does the Kill Tony thing? Ding, ding, ding. Hey, everybody. She just asked me if I was on Kill Tony ever. I got one thing to say about that. Because they say, Kill Tony. I wanted to say another word. I wanted to say a word they use on that, but I don't think you can say that word.
You can't say that one.
You can't say that one.
I'll block it out.
But you all knew what word I was thinking. And I don't say that word, but they say it on Kill Tony. I say it on Kill Tony. So,
you had to bring it back to Los Angeles.
Oh, sorry.
Now you just said the C word in front of the whole bar.
It's funny that I've made it so much worse because like before she's like, this guy doesn't want to travel, but he just called me the C word. All right, I'm sorry. So you go, she just asked me if I have ever been on Kill Tony because I do stand-up. You know what? Fun fact, Kill Tony started in Los Angeles. Then it moved to Austin, and a lot of people say it's not as good now because it's like, a lot of people aren't that. They're kind of, edgelords in the Austin scene. So I was on it when it was in LA, and it was more fun and more grounded and not about, celebrity and all that kind of thing.
I understand we're doing a podcast.
Yeah.
But can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yes.
Like, you're not amping anyone up. You're giving them like a fucking Wikipedia page of Kill Tony's history.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you want to try one on this one?
I mean, I ain't never leaving Los Angeles kind of works, but
for Kill Tony though.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure.
You just keep saying, she just asked me if I was on Kill Tony. Guess what? I'm never leaving Los Angeles. Then she really doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, dude, I'm not connecting any dots for her, dude. She's gonna figure shit out on her own. You know what I mean? I'm making dots for sure that she can try to connect.
Okay, so you go, hey everybody, she just asked me if I was ever on Kill Tony. And then you play the theme song from the Chicago Bulls thing. Like, what is it that Michael Jordan did? Yeah. How does that go? Whatever.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't remember. It would have been funnier if I could remember. Whatever it was. No, it's that shit. Don't do that shit. Fuck. Hey, everybody. She just asked me if I was on Kill Tony. And guess what? I was on fucking the best episode ever. In the belly room. In Los Angeles, California. The Comedy Store. Was Too Short, the rapper.
That was in the meeting.
That was in the main room. It's even better.
What's it called? So, like these are not. AI does not know first date questions. What's a guilty pleasure movie or show you recently watched?
Why would anyone ask that on a date?
I've never said guilty pleasure on a date.
Never. And also, guilty pleasure, I've stand by the whole thing. Guilty pleasure is something that you don't tell people. You're guilty of it.
Yeah.
So you keep it to yourself, and you go, man, this is a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
I remember a friend of ours in our group chat once was saying how he had this guilty pleasure about things, and we're like, that's not how you do this, man.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a normal pleasure.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're not guilty about it if you just told us.
So, okay, well, to, get to the bottom of it, what do you think of my tactic here?
Oh, announcing at everybody at the bar is the worst idea you've ever had in your life.
Oh, I mean, but
it's funny.
Okay, cool. That's what matters.
Yeah, that's what matters. Yeah. And the day ending well doesn't matter. It's about the entertainment. I mean, it's definitely something you can talk about. You should do that just to have something that we can talk about here.
Yes.
Like the reaction to it. That would be very funny.
I did my need a bigger belt bit, unironically recently. You remember that?
I remember the words, but what is it again?
It's when you're eating dinner with a lady, and the waiter. By the way, I'm starting to hate waiters. Better watch out. Starting, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm starting to hate waiters, dude. Because there's been like 3 or 4 times in the recent 2 weeks where I'm in the middle of a fucking store. You know what I mean? And then they come up and they don't give a fuck about what's going on at the table. And he's not even asking for food or like anything like that. If you want drinks, where he's just going, are we doing all right over here? You know what I mean? And I'm looking at him like, dude, I'm gonna fucking fight you. You know?
You know, I wasn't ever gonna leave Los Angeles after this information.
But so I'm starting to hate waiters. What was I saying before that? Oh, so the need a bigger belt thing is when the waiter comes back around and goes, how are we doing over here? Anything else I can get you? And I go, I don't know, if you got a bigger belt.
And that's also it's so funny that you say you want to leave LA, you announce something to the whole restaurant, you actively hate the waiter, and you're calling yourself fat.
Well, I ate a lot of food. I need a bigger belt.
Yeah. I don't know. If it's for the entertainment of us, me and you, then yes, this works.
I mean, dude, what am I doing this for? I mean, so, am I doing it for the lady? If I was doing things for the lady, dude, I would be way different. My apartment would be clean. You know what I mean?
Maybe you just need to find the right woman that likes these things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just fool some woman into falling in love with me, and I'm a psycho. Why not just be psycho on the first date?
That's what I mean. That's my plan. That's most men's plan. You fool some woman into thinking you're not a psycho.
Yeah, if you never make your bed every day, then you can fool a woman into thinking you're not a psycho.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
These questions are crazy. Right. Some of them, like the guilty pleasure one. No real person would ever say that.
Right.
And then, are you a morning person or a night owl?
I mean, kind of typical question.
I don't know. Would you ever ask a woman if they're a night owl?
Yeah.
I don't think I would do that. Oh, I would probably be like, do you like staying up late? But I mean, I wouldn't even say that. That's so weird. Why would you need to know if a woman is a morning person or a night owl?
It's just getting to know the person, I guess.
I don't like that one.
But here's my issue. I think these questions are fine. Guilty pleasure is a weird terminology. I would just be like, is there any movies you're into? Wait, are you listening?
Sorry, say that one more time. So these questions are really fucking with my head.
Right.
Good.
My issue is with the acceptance of my answer. Like, are you a morning person or a night owl? And I go, usually a night owl myself. And then she goes, you dumb fuck. You're a night owl? You just stay up all night? Is that what you fucking do? You idiot? You know what I mean? I hate that part of it. Where it's like, okay, Why don't you answer the question now? Like, obviously, you're a morning person. I got that from that, but I didn't need all those name calling. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if she said, like, yeah, if she's completely doesn't agree with what you say and then is mad about it, then she kind of sucks. But that is funny that if you're such a morning person, it's so important to put your fucking profile. And dating profile.
Whenever they finish, I just go, something spicy. Well, what's the questions you were saying?
If you were a cartoon character, what would your daily outfit be?
Oh my god, that's crazy.
But why wouldn't it be more normal if you were a cartoon character? Which cartoon character would you want to be?
Yeah.
Why outfit?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
If you said that to somebody, they would think you're crazy as hell.
If you're saying that in general, you're into hentai. You're caring about cartoon outfits.
Hey everybody, she just asked me if I was a cartoon character, what kind of outfit I would wear. Guess what? It would be a Dodgers jersey. Or like, I ain't never leaving Los Angeles. Because I ain't never leaving Los Angeles. It almost sounds like a strange SNL sketch. What is the coolest place you've ever visited? That's normal. That's the normal one there.
Los Angeles, California.
Yeah.
What's a topic you can give a 20-minute presentation on with no preparation?
Brandon Chop. But that is a good question too. I don't think that would be weird.
You would say presentation on a first date.
No, I wouldn't, because these are way too like formal.
Yeah.
You know, like I think
what's some bullshit you can fuck about in around 20 minutes from? It's just boxing.
Where your head at? What that mouth do? But the problem here is like the normal things that you ask on a date. Where are you from? What like? Oh, have you seen any movies recently? Do you have siblings? That kind of thing. They're not going to put that on here because that's what you already asked. Like they assume that everyone is smart enough to already be asking those questions. I think AI does.
Yeah.
That's why they don't put them here. This is like a step above that in AI's mind.
Yeah.
And that's my read on this.
I think we're witnessing AI not know what love is.
Definitely. I don't think, yeah, for sure. What is your favorite way? These are so weird. They're worded like somebody doesn't know how to talk to someone else. What is your favorite way to spend a Saturday?
Yeah.
Can you imagine saying that to a girl that you just met? That would come off so weird.
Yeah.
So, what is your favorite way to spend a Saturday?
You just go like this. The Jack Nicholson meme, just like...
Yeah, it comes off like you're going to plan out how to kill them or kidnap them on a Saturday. That's coming up.
What about this, what is a project you really enjoyed working on in your career?
Talk about your job on this team. Let's both talk about, like, their day-to-day of the minutia of our job, our office job. When you turn on your computer, what's the first program you open? On a date, you ask that.
That'd be great to have a script of the worst questions on the first date. I like this.
It was like one of those shows where you should put on the headset and I'll tell you what to say to the girl. So when you get there, she goes, "Hi, I'm whatever," and you go, "Hey, I'm Gerardo, the love machine." So you're the love machine. Say it. And then when you sit down, the first question I go, ask her if she prefers Google calendars or Microsoft Outlook calendars.
Google Meet or Zoom?
Yeah, Google Meet or Zoom. You go, lightning round, Google Meet, Zoom. Slack, GChat. Just ask her a bunch of office bullshit.
I'm really sold by this idea, and I'm not afraid to try it.
I'll do it if you want.
No. Not your... Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
That's a terrible idea.
I'm talking about literally getting the whole place involved and then answering your question.
I like it.
You know, and if I make them like all embarrassed and stuff, then I'm sorry, but this is hilarious, you know. But yeah, ding, ding, ding. Like, guys, she just asked the dumbest question. Would you like to say what it was out loud, please? You know?
She just asked, "What is my favorite food to cook or eat?" That's what it says there. Tacos from Dodger Stadium.
You just say taco. Yeah, so anyways, this is I'm really looking forward to trying this, but if any woman sees this podcast, they're gonna not want to do it.
They probably won't. I think probably still 1% female viewership.
Yeah.
Who has been one of your favorite teachers or coaches?
Oh wow. Well, we talked about this on the live stream.
Who are teachers or coaches?
Yeah. Mr. Mariansky, he wiped the bored with his big old stomach.
Oh, he was one of your favorites?
No, but that moment made him rise the ranks.
I would be. These are questions that are just like not things you'd ask somebody in a date. Really, they're not good questions.
What is something I wouldn't know by looking at you?
What are questions? All right, let's go to like search what are questions you should not ask on a first date.
Oh,
Because like these are all, I kind of think they are questions you should not, or at least the way they're worded, I wouldn't ask them on a first date. But I'm curious to see what Gemini thinks you shouldn't ask.
past relationships. How many people have you slept with? You don't pass that on a date?
No, because you just go body count.
Body count question mark.
Do you still love them?
Do you still love them?
That would be funny if you said, how many people have you slept with? And she goes, I don't normally. It's kind of weird that you asked that, but 14. And you go, do you still love them? It's like she loved all 14 of the men. I don't think why did you and your ex break up is that bad if she brings it up.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't ask just because, like, I don't want to know.
It's a trap, dude. Whenever girls try to bring up your ex, and then at the end of whatever the fuck you're saying, because I'm a passionate person, they'll be like, I feel like you're not over her yet.
Oh, wow. Really? That's deep.
What the hell, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, should I hit her up right now instead of your dumbass asking me where I want to go if I can go anywhere in the world? Hey, everyone! She thinks I'm not over my ex. And I start crying.
She asked that because when she asked you, where do you want to go? If you go anywhere, you said my ex's house. Or no, you don't say your ex. You say like a random city name. You go Monrovia, California, and she's like, what? Why? Did you really like Monrovia? Like, that's where my ex. That's where my ex. You say an address, 1517.
Sand Clouds.
On Cloud Street. That's where my ex lives.
How much money do you make, or what do you bring to the table? That's an excellent question. That should be the first question.
Which one?
What do you bring to the table?
I agree that, I mean, how much money you make is lame. Yeah. But what do you bring to the table is kind of playful and funny. A girl might take that the wrong way. A guy might take that the wrong way.
Check your watch. Be like, all right, I got about 3 minutes left. What do you bring to the table? Let's go.
And let's say she says, what do you bring to the table? You still check your watch. And you go, how much time do you have? And you list off all your strengths.
It's a white girl that asks me, like, what do you bring to the table? I go, bad guy. Yeah.
That's funny. You're very confident in your sexual ability. Yeah. You just tell her, listen, good sex.
I bring dick.
Yeah.
Intense personal future plans. How many kids do you want? Do you want a serious relationship, or why are you still single? Girls ask this all the time, though.
They ask you why you're single.
Why are you still single? There's one girl in Arizona that blew her mind when I was single.
She couldn't believe it. Wasn't like a dude. She was just like, I can't believe it.
She's like, no way you're single.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice. I mean, that feels good. If they ask it like that, I think it's a good question.
Right.
How are you still single?
Yeah.
Then I would be like, thank you. I don't know either. But how many kids? These aren't really them. Some of these would probably go over better than the ones we were just looking at.
That's excellent right here, though. This is something you probably should never ask, no matter how long you've been dating.
Yeah.
Have you ever struggled with your weight?
That is a weird question.
It would be funny, though, if you guys were talking about your favorite movies. And she's like, I like this.
By the way, you ask yourself, what does it have to do with the service? Like, that's answer number one. And it's a one. So remember again, the reason, just so you know, seriously, the reason why we're doing this is because remember, the way this kind of starts off is when sleepings are the ongoing entrepreneur. And remember again, it started off with a discussion about results. That's what the service. Now, let's say we're just going to put all of them. Let's watch this great case. Other people say, supposed to watch this case. Ruben goes overseas. Ruben owns a field. As I said, interesting enough, these are his Ruben's field is known as T, which means that the owner will use every able to get into the service out. You get a right of way. You get a right of way with something. So
what happened? So we shot the that's I knew. So once I say off the month, I was like, he's going for a while. Coach, can't turn off the play again. Where do you go back to the way you get it from the run up the way what's up before. Right? No one just obviously goes off the way. Like that, no one's up there. So I told myself, deal with both is up. I know this is good. So if you use logic, figure out what is the shortest way to get to the two. And let's assume that it is the established right away. The end signal, big yellow, that's the man, run up and keep rock five. You have a choice. You have a choice. It's either go ahead and take $100, everything you negotiate with you, or fly. Or fly. Right, brothers? Right, fly. You gotta win fly. And so it says, so again, this is actually say, listen, we may, you have overseas, you ask for permission. The first one's like, so you guys again, go ahead and so you have to find together. So my concept, shut it down. I understand. What's logic? I'm on it. So there's a if there's one thing you know is that what? Is that what? Even if you have the right thing, you have the right way.
Casino law with Robert De Niro. You're like, oh wow. Well, have you ever struggled with your weight?
It just doesn't have nothing to do with it.
I wish I was autistic, dude.
You can ask whatever you want.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in legal trouble? This would seem bad to me.
Yeah, that's playful fun.
Have you been to jail?
Yeah.
Have you been to jail? And the answer is probably no.
If yes, how many times?
Yeah. The problem when you say, yeah, I got drunk and I just,
Driving my kids to baseball
yeah,
practice.
it just happens, Will you go on a second date with me?
Jim and I want you to give up.
Probably wouldn't do that, yeah.
What is your favorite place what to ask instead? See what I'm saying? What's your favorite place you've traveled to? Dude, who gives a fuck about travel? You know what I mean? We don't even have oil. We're talking about traveling? I turned into Allen Iverson. We're talking about travel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I've I guess have you ever been out of the country? And that gives me a chance to brag about being out of the country. Tell them all the stuff I've been, all the places I've been, all the people I've seen.
Yeah.
Been to a lot of stuff.
I've been everywhere, man. Around this country there, man.
I haven't been. I was posting on Threads, the greatest social media site. I said a lot of comedians forget the rule of three, and I wrote live, laugh, love. But do you have a rule of three that's not the comedians? Like a rule of three for comedy that's not the actual rule of three, where it's like the third thing is the joke. Three things.
Rule of three. I had 3 rules for doing acid.
Oh, what are those?
Nothing's real. I don't give a fuck about anything, which is kind of the same thing. And then always wear sunglasses.
What do the sunglasses do?
Because your eyes wander a lot and you can look bug-eyed and stuff. And also it's like a shield. You feel like you're shielded from the world.
So people can tell, so it stops you from being able to tell that you're high on acid, and it also feels like a covering.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know about the rule of threes. What is yours? Is live, laugh, love?
Live, laugh, love. I'm trying to think of other things like that. I can just think of another rule of three. This is obvious. Carne asada, pico de gallo, huevo jail.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else? Always move the mic stand. Have a closer. And accept every booking of letters.
Oh, I thought you were going to say bring someone on stage.
Oh, yeah, bring it. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, that's a good one.
So I went to this show on Saturday, and I wasn't on the show. So I went to the show, and I was like, right when I got there, I went up to the booker, and I was like, closed mouth don't get fed, you feel me? So I went up to him, I was like, hey, can I get a spot?
Yeah.
And he was just like, immediately hated me. DM me, I'll get you a spot. I was like, okay, what's your Instagram? And he goes, Beans Comedy, right? This is what I thought he said.
Right.
I was like, oh, Beans Comedy? Is that what you said? He goes, Beans Comedy. And then I was like, oh, okay. Can you spell it for me? He's like, it's like the devil. Beans comedy. And I was like, oh, okay. So are you saying Pete's? What are you saying? And he goes, Beast comedy. And then I was like, can you spell it for me? He said it again. He was so mad that I asked for a spot. And then he's finally spelled it out. He's like, B-E-A-S-T is beast. Beast comedy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be, like, used to that, right?
I stayed the whole time. Yeah, dude. Yeah. There's music playing. Like, spell the fucking thing for me, dude. You know?
Yeah.
DM me, and you're never gonna find it.
It's funny because it's like if you can't hear it and you keep asking, you're not like, what does he expect? Just you gotta spell it. He's wasted 6 instances of just saying the same thing. Beans, best, Baron comedy,
Baron Trust.
the devil, like the beast with 2 backs. Shakespeare, is that the devil? Why is it the beast, the devil?
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking of Iron Maiden or something like this. Speaking of which, I saw the Bone Temple movie recently, but that's not what we're talking about.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was great.
I loved it.
It was actually really, really good.
Yeah.
But his fucking show sucked too. Like, dude, it's not my fault. Nobody's here. It's kind of your fault, you know?
Yeah. Why do you? If your show's not even that good, and I'm asking for a spot, I was here. Why do you care? Just say you don't have to give me a spot. How do I, do it? What is this?
Yeah.
Why does comedy still suck like this?
Imagine throwing a suck-ass comedy show and you pay the headliner. Imagine. You know what I mean?
That's nice.
Come on. But you know what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you're paying the headliner. Guess what? That headliner didn't bring anybody, dude. So what are you paying for? You know?
Yeah. That was always my struggle with comedy shows. Is like not so much the paying, but the aspect of the headliner not bringing anybody. It's one thing if they're hilarious. Okay, great. You should book whoever the funniest person is, but don't fucking act like it's a big deal that you got this person that no one knows. No one has ever heard of them. No one came to see them.
Right.
They didn't promote the show. Maybe they did. It's almost worse if they promoted the show because then no one showed up and they told people about it.
Hey, can I be honest, dude?
Yeah.
Because he gave him some kind of like, I'm doing 6-7, but like the worst intro and kind of like a good intro. Not the best, but like a kind of good intro.
Yeah.
Before I got on stage, he said, so dude, this guy could not host the show. He's like, so I hit up this guy to be the headliner for tonight. He didn't. He dropped out last second. Great, funny guy. So I got this guy, and Cooney's face. And let me finish. I'm not finishing. And he goes, I got this guy, and you guys all know him. There's nobody there, by the way. And he goes, you guys all know him from his big podcast. He has a big podcast. And you know me, dude. I know you, first of all.
Yeah.
You're immediately like, oh, let's compare it to my numbers.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm a numbers guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that because I'm not, I'm trying to get rid of these toxic habits. But I was immediately, that's exactly what immediately like, we get at least 300 views a fucking episode.
300. I mean, yeah. Does he have a big podcast?
I do check. I'm very interested in seeing it.
It bothers me to. I mean, I don't even do it. I don't do stand-up, but I still have this issue with the. Oh yeah, they've been around. They were on like what? Like some popular and indie shows.
Yeah.
Nobody goes to see them. There's a possibility that people will actually come out to see one of us.
Yeah.
Like we have some fans.
Yep.
And you're telling me that it's like, oh, we got so-and-so. Who the fuck cares? They stink and nobody knows them.
Yeah. Nobody knows who you are, B.
If they got, I went to their Comedy Central taping. They were terrible. They were terrible on that. And they still have no fans.
And I'm telling you, he gave him an okay intro because you know what, dude? I need to go to therapy because I believe this guy that he would have something like worth noting on YouTube. He's averaging 30 views.
Big podcast.
That's huge.
I guess. I mean, that might just be that they're just saying that though. But I remember like there'd be a headliner, it'd be somebody that people know in the scene, and they maybe cancel on the show, they didn't show up, and nobody came. Or it's just Like, why are they the headliner?
Right.
They're not that good.
Let's just say the last comment.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, it's almost like that. It's like, but if they're gonna do more time, then they gotta say something. But it's like you should earn that. You know, the headliner should bring some people to the show.
Yes.
But that's not the case in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It is bothering. Why are you that? I want to like interview them. Why at the end of the show, like no one's there. Like why are you the headliner? Because I watched. There's no one here.
Yeah.
And you're not that good either.
Yeah.
You punch me in the face.
I wouldn't say that part because like whatever. I kind of suck at stand up, but
Yeah.
it
What
wasn't.
the
I say.
fuck is this?
It was like he was like I used to host the Fourth Wall a lot. So he's like, so I'm gonna just do a bunch of notes on your guys' sets. Then he went through.
What in the fuck is
made a
this?
joke about their set.
Dog,
Horrible. Don't do that.
I watched the
Waste of
same
time.
fucking thing
Granted,
for
keep in mind, nobody's there. So
years on that.
do what you want.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's no headline. It's not even really a show.
Yeah. Why do we start talking about this?
I don't know.
Casino?
I think I probably because I said the rule of three thing.
Oh, yeah.
This fucking shit hasn't been recording? Bullshit. Dog, I watched the same fucking thing for years on end. I watched this fucker in this little hat, and all they ever fucking do is want to send that fucker with the boards to me. I don't want it.
Don't say three. That's fucked up because then if I don't bring three people, dude. You know what I mean?
Dog, look at this footwork, though. Baby, some lady can masturbate furiously. Like, calm the fuck down, woman. She's gonna be like, huh? I'm gonna be like, huh? She's gonna be like, huh? Be like, dog, what is this bullshit? That's what I want to know, bitch. She'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, hey,
Come out to that. It's do you want to say where it is? El Sereno. El Sereno.
What?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice.
yo, dog,
At night we go fuck each other.
this is the
So
worst.
you can get fucked.
Spell it out for me. W-O-R-S-T. The worst.
I sent
Dude,
you.
if this shit isn't working, I'm throwing
It's just more comedy stuff. If you're able to
Really?
fucking.
This shit is the worst.
Well, one of them isn't, I guess, but one of them is just comedy related.
Look at this shit,
The
son.
other thing that I was thinking, I mean, it's also a comedy related. Just that
What is this
I
bullshit?
think that in comedy,
West Side.
I wonder if it's the same with other fields. There's always something terrible happening to people. There's always like some guy that you haven't talked to in a long time, and then you're like, man, I wonder where that guy is, and then they have a post where it's like, well, I'm back. That's how it starts, and you go, well, back from what? So a lot of you guys don't know this, but I was driving my car, and I fell into a coma, and then like another car hit me, T-boned me, and I it made it so that my leg actually fell off, and now my arm is attached to the middle of my chest. But like, it's not everybody gets hit by a car, or like some sort of horrifying disease. There's so many GoFundMe's. What is that? Why does it always happen to people?
Yeah, that's 100% true. And then, are you talking about them coming back to comedy, or did I miss that? No?
Yeah, they come to their own, and now I'm back after which is I guess good.
Yeah.
But after the brain surgery is done and they reattach their arms and fingers and stuff.
I feel bad, dude. I don't think this guy listens. We both know him, and he's one of these guys that's like, announces. Dude, don't announce you're coming back to the stand-up comedy, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just do it.
I'm doing it again, though. Just kidding. I just announced. Anyways, he does that a lot, and I'm always just like, you're gonna quit again. You're like, this is whatever feels good from announcing it, you're gonna look for that hit again, dude. On some subconscious type bullshit.
I do think if it works for you, you can do it. But yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason to say you quit. There's no reason to say you started again.
And so recently he messaged me and was like, hey, thanks for liking my last post. Or something like that. Hey, thanks for liking something. Can you look at my last post? Something like that. And I was like, what is that nice? I never like anything on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I go check. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not crazy. I didn't like anything.
Yeah.
It's just like a weird, ploy to get more likes.
I don't like that.
I like the guy, though. He's a cool guy, but...
That's the thing. That's another thing that comedy... It makes nice people do creepy, gross things like that. Like he's probably a normal guy, nice person, but then he got convinced by, something in comedy where it's like, hey, the real hack is to message people saying
Oh,
that they liked your post.
editorial just got back.
And so they want, if you need a post to get liked, that's how you do this.
Yeah.
Do that.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
You could read it.
Yeah.
Or he said, thanks for the birthday wishes. Check out my latest post. I didn't give him any birthday wishes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just like, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, no, that is too much.
But he's a cool guy. Nice guy.
If I really want somebody to like a post,
Yeah.
that's usually like, because there's some reason or whatever, I will just message only people that are close to me. And I'll be like, listen, I need this. Like this post, okay? I need these people to think I'm cool. I'll be very honest. It's not going to be like a, hey, guys, I saw you like my latest post. Why don't you check out this one on Discord? No, I'm going to be directly honest with you. I need this. Like it, please. And then if you don't like it, I hate you.
If you don't share it, I will kill you.
But that has gone down quite a bit since not doing stand-up anymore. There's a lot less the post or the message that you send where you're like, that's how I used to send most booking requests, like, because it feels so pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a clip, and if you ever want me on your show, and like throw up in my mouth because I have to ask for something. I was like, I don't deserve that. But at the same time, I still have the audacity to be angry about headliners.
Yeah.
But
It's just a gross sport we play, dude. This comedy thing.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Nobody wants the truth. You know what I mean? They want you to just like everything. Dude, I was joking with comics that I was gonna sleep on the Santa Monica Pier. And this one guy, no matter what I said after that, it was a joke.
Yeah.
They were like, what are you doing after this? I'm like, oh, I'm going to drive to Santa Monica. What are you doing out there? Too many questions. I don't know you fucking people, right? I'm like, I'm trying to find a spot to sleep on the pier tonight.
Yeah.
Because of like this inside joke that we have with me being homeless, not real. I have an apartment, right?
Right, yeah,
And then this guy keeps going, he goes, I don't get you, like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, what are you talking about? Or like this kind of stuff. And then they ask like real questions, you know what I mean? I was talking about, like, I saw Bone Temple last night. You know, we're talking about movies.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I don't get you, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And then I looked at him and I was like, can you fucking hear me talking? Like, are you like going through like a fucking death phase right now?
Yeah.
And then now I look like the angry guy, but I'm being funny. This is funny things to say, which is somebody that keeps saying they don't know what the fuck you're saying.
It's weird that he got mad about or acted weird when he said the peer thing, because I totally understand that.
Yeah.
It's not a hard thing to comprehend.
Now, when he wasn't understanding it, I did follow that up with Ben Affleck's kids go to school out there. I gotta wake up early because I'm a paparazzo, is what I said.
Okay.
But I'm just cooking, dude.
You're confusing this boy. And now you're mad at him. He's rightfully confused. You're like, and I also fuck squirrels. He's like, he's trying to like understand, and you're not. He doesn't listen to the podcast.
You're on his side.
Not really.
What I'm trying to say is, like, dude, I'm joshing around outside of a fucking comedy show, dude.
Yeah.
This is what I used to do this for. It was fun.
Yeah.
Just fuck around. Yeah, I'm fucking your brain, dude. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah, like, what are you, rookie? I'm a bit.
Okay, so what's this?
Sorry. Well, this thing is. I mean, I just think it's so funny. This thing. It's like this guy is. It's probably not real, but it's like it's the quintessential. Your life is completely out of control. This title is leaving Applebee's after $1 margarita night, but it's like rock bottom. Okay. This when this happens.
It's gonna be good, dude.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh my God.
He throws up. He crashes his car. He opens the door, throws up, and then this is what makes it great. And then drives.
What did he shoot?
Just his car. His car.
Oh wow.
Every time I watch it, it makes me. It's like, this is how shop drives to work. This is definitely, there's so much shop in here. Crash car, shoot.
I mean, dude, when that song came out, dude, it rocked my world.
You like Creed?
What did I say? I like Creed. I said the song.
No, the song.
Come on.
Okay, all right,
why you gonna confuse me immediately? I I'm getting vulnerable right now. You fucking introduced me to hell right now.
I didn't say it was bad. I was surprised.
The way you said it.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. I hate creep.
But when I was a kid, I'm vulnerable right now, dude.
Yeah.
Favorite band of all time.
I'm out of here.
That song was incredible. I needed it. I'm getting beat every night for not eating at Lonely Guys, dude. And I hear, "Can you take me higher?" I'm like, yeah, dude. Let's go to a place we've never been, dude.
Scott Stapp was like, he reached out from the heavens to make your fucking, you just got beat. You're like, you take me. It helped you through a tough time. That's good.
Yeah, dude. And, people question me now, like, why do you bibify yourself at night? It's like, I don't know. Did you have to try out Lonely Guys at a young age? You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck, that was good. The bibifying.
Dude, I've been non-stop bimbo jokes this whole week for me.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, that shit was fucking hilarious.
Like, I just thought of one right now, but I forgot what it was.
We talked about it a lot on the live, so check out the live if you want to hear us. We went all over bimbofication and all that.
You remember the funniest thing, dude, about this whole bimbo thing?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you read the article or whatever, but he would talk to these sex workers, whatever they were, these people on his line, these bimbo pictures of him. Yeah. And he would simply just talk about if they're looking forward to getting their tits bigger. And he's commenting on whether or not he would make his bigger too. And he liked this idea of like having to have that sort of identity crisis. So, like, I feel like my tits are big enough. And it's so fucking funny while wearing huge prosthetic tits.
That is pretty funny. Is it like, and I wonder, is he doing this because talking about it makes him horny, or is he just really interested in that? Something like that?
The article said that he wants to be objectified. Is that the word?
Yes, objectified, yeah.
He wants to be objectified like women are like he objectifies women, basically.
I see. So, like, yeah, he gets off because he objectifies women and he wants to feel like that. Like a woman who's being objectified.
But he's literally asking them for $25 a minute.
Yeah.
If they're thinking about getting bigger tits while he has the biggest tits I've ever seen.
Because he's objectifying them by doing that. He's like, you could probably get bigger tits. And he's like horned up by saying that. He's a misogynist, but he needs to be dressed as a woman to do it.
Yeah.
That is, I don't understand. Why does he have to be?
I don't know, dude.
Maybe it's because like him dressing like a woman helps him understand what the woman's going through when he's being rude to her.
Imagine if he was in a 12-step program and somebody's like, "Can you sponsor me?" And he's like, "Are you willing to do anything for Sprite?" And the guy's like, "I'll do, dude, honestly, I went to jail. I just got out. I need anything right now."
Yeah.
He goes, "Anything?" And he's like, "Yes, dude." And he just brings up the tits. He's like, "Step one." You know what I mean?
It makes life so much more simple. Like if that's what that's all you care about. Anyone's like, "What should we do?" Or his wife's like, "What do we want?" Christy, no. "What are we gonna do tonight?" "Why don't you make your tits big?" You ever thought about getting fake boobs? We can look that up. Why don't I put on fake boobs? You can see what they look like on me, and then if you think you can go bigger, you can get bigger fake tits. And it's also like, it's funny because she's so fake looking, like she's like a MILF kind of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. But she is kind of fake, so like she's kind of what he likes, She's kind of a bimbo-ish looking. So he's got what he wants at home, but she was just, the real problem is that she was never willing to get bigger fake tits. He wanted her to be the first Department of Homeland Security secretary with the gigantic fake old-time boobs, and she wasn't willing to do that for love. So she chose that. She chose her job over her love life. Her husband at home wants.
Dude, honestly, I don't want a movie about Brian. You know what I mean? The guy that did the tits thing.
Yeah.
I do not want that movie. No, but I do want a movie of somebody that bimbifies themselves in like the first time they ever did it. Whether they were crying, like Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, okay.
Enters this. He's gonna disappear into the character for 3 years. Good luck. You know what I mean? It's a dark world.
Yeah.
He's gonna go for 3 years bimbifying himself every night or when he needs to.
Yeah.
And then you get to travel on that journey with him in a 2-hour epic.
Is it a drama?
That's like, I think, leave the artist to do the art.
Okay.
If I laugh, I laugh. You know what I mean? But I want real. It's real.
What if, okay,
Like, imagine if Joe Pesci was a gangster in a movie and he just bimbofied himself at night.
Joe Pesci bimbifying would be good. It'd be so strange. That sounds like an art house movie. You know, because he's so old.
We're making a movie about how fucking sheep are people. Like, why can't we make, or what is that movie called? Lamb?
Oh, yeah, that was weird.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't watch somebody bimbify themselves and, like, the journey they go on?
You're right. The lamb should have had big tits. What if Christy Nome, like, they stay together and her boobs and her butt just get really big? She gets a fake butt, big fake boobs, and they're like, he's really happy. The whole family, when the kids become of age, they get big boobs. The sons, if they have sons. The dogs that they had, you know, she killed her dog. She puts big fake tits on her dog. They're just the big fake boobs family. Yeah. It's the whole family bimbifies everything in the house. The dogs and cats are bimbified. Santa Claus, when Christmas stuff, they bimbify Santa Claus.
You're thinking on a different level. I like this. The
Yeah.
Easter Bunny.
Easter Bunny has big fake tits.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, could you not do that? And then our kids are out. They gave the do what? You gave the Easter, actually, you gave a leprechaun fake tits. It's St. Patrick's Day. Just, can you not do that? I know you're gonna do it.
They hire a mariachi for Cinco de Mayo and they have them all wear big tits.
It's like, can you not do this? Halloween, I know what you're thinking, all right? I know, don't do it. And then there's like tons of fucking ghosts and fucking vampires with fake tits.
That, or they surround themselves with no tits and they're terrified. It's like a scary holiday, you know?
Oh, like their idea of Halloween is like just people like normal.
Yeah.
And like they take pictures of their neighbors and they go, or actually what they would do. But yeah, like maybe they put like a cardboard cutout of their neighbors there. And they go, no tits.
I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know what I'm talking about, dude. The vibe bands wore off.
What would be a cow sheep bet for fake tits? Big fan.
Oh, easy. The Christine Elm gets fake boobs.
Oh, okay. Can I check if that's on cow sheep?
That could be. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was, but I think you might have to have an account.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
I'm never doing that.
Yeah. To see. Yeah. I mean, can you bet that's on cow sheep?
Yeah, I've never even been on. I don't know what cow sheep looks like.
Green.
This one.
Beautiful. So I guess you can see some of the bets.
Christy, no.
Because there were bets that she'd be fired before she got fired.
Oh, she already got fired? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, there's nothing but big tits here.
Too bad. But someday that'll probably be a bet. Maybe from us speaking it into the ether.
Yeah. Maybe these homeless cats are going to bet. You know?
Yeah.
I like that. 2028 Republican presidential nominee, Christy Nome, 0%.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. She got fired. Everyone thought she kind of did bad.
I'm going to get out of this bullshit, dude. Fuck cow sheep.
Yeah, not enough tits on it.
Yeah. Did you see that Tim Dillon bimbified himself?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
He loves to dress like women and pretend to be women. I think I'm over it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? It's cool to see it. You know? I mean, I'm not going to crank my shit to come on every day. You know what I mean?
For me, him doing that has reached like the one trick pony kind of thing. Then that's coming from somebody who talks about Chapman every week. There we go. But I'm like, he's doing another woman thing.
Oh, yeah, because he dressed like, what's her name?
Megan McCain. I think Erica Kerr. So, like, whenever he gets a chance, he does that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, did you see, who was on, did you see Jake Paul and Theo Vaughn talking about blackface?
I think I vaguely heard about that, but I didn't actually watch the clip. Like, that Jake Paul's gonna do it to, like, get Drewski back or something.
Blackface. Let's look up Jake Paul blackface. Yeah, this right here. Let's see. This is probably the most brain dead shit I've seen in a while, dude. And I watch Shop every week.
Truth in this. Yes. And extreme truth. And people weren't ready for that, but I think it's fucking hilarious. And I want to ask you something because I've been
over the last couple of days calling makeup artists, and I was gonna do a response to this and like go and do like the full on darker, yeah, and do it and just do it back because why not? Yeah.
Why not is a funny question to ask, actually. Why not? Because when you ask why not about something like that, you already know so many reasons why not. It's intellectually dishonest to be like, why not? There's so many reasons why not. You know the reasons.
Yeah, dude.
Unless the head damage has reached, you're on shop CTE level because you get hit so much.
Yeah.
You've forgotten history and what everybody talks about.
I was fantasizing though if I was like a billionaire and a silly billionaire. You know what I mean? If I were to pimpify myself and do blackface and have girls sign NDAs while they have sex with me, you know?
You want like you bimbify and you're doing blackface while you're having sex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not getting off to it. Granted, I never done it. You know what I mean? But who knows? Just like one, they'll be like, oh my god, that was dark. You know, that's nice. But I'm a billionaire, so.
And no one will ever know because you made them say they can't say
it's not illegal to be visited.
Illegal.
Have huge tits and love yourself.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, dude, if having huge tits is a crime, people lock me up. You know what I mean?
So we found out that you like really are into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then if you were a billionaire, what would you do with $1 billion? you get everyone's attention in the restaurant. Everyone. He just asked me.
I'm buying Reddit. That's a good question because I used to be able to spit off 1,000 things I could do. But I think it would be funny to. One thing I've fantasized about a few times is if I had unlimited money, is getting a bunch of it out of the bank, rolling it up, putting a rubber band on it, and like driving up to people, and when they're not looking, just like throw it and hit them in the head with it, and like not like hard or anything, but like hit them in the head, and they go, "What the fuck?" And I go, "It's a lot of money. It's for you." Because I get to laugh because I hit them with the money, and then but I gave them a lot of money, so they're not going to want to fight me.
Yeah.
So I get my entertainment, and they get a lot of money. That's one thing I have thought about doing.
Yeah.
Because that's like,
no, but I think you should go further. You should like sew it into a baseball. You know what I mean? But it's like inside. Hear me out, dude. Inside the baseball is like a Bitcoin. You know what I mean? And then you're like, if you tear it apart, there's a lot of money in there. And they're chasing after you. They want to fight you and stuff. And you're like, you just became a billionaire.
when I hit them with the baseball?
Yeah, but
There you go,
inside
kids.
of the baseball, instead of like inside of the baseball, it's like a chip with a little one. We can workshop this.
I wouldn't hit them with a baseball, but like the money can't do real damage. But it would be very funny to like throw big money at people from their car. How so?
Paypigs give money to girls online or something like that.
Yeah, to get them treated badly.
Really?
Paypigs are like because I've done. The paypig, they pay the girl to say paypigs.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just they give them money. I didn't know they had to get fucking roasted.
I mean, it might be that, but I think the pig part is like, they go, oh, the woman goes, hey, you're shit. And then, oh, yeah, I love this. It's only I'm like nothing, Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the pig guys also bimbified themselves. That seems to go hand in hand.
But yeah, I don't know what I would do if I was a billionaire. Guess what? I'll be a millionaire. I'm cool with that. Are you cool with not being a millionaire? No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that I'm not chasing it, and I don't know how I become a billionaire. I think most people that become billionaires are chasing it or they inherit it. So neither one of those are going to happen for me.
Yeah, that's facts.
But the idea of using that money to buy something funny is like Flappers 2. I buy a big building, I call it Flappers 2, and I make it a comedy club, but not the way comedians do. A lot of what comedians do, they buy a comedy club because they want to perform there. It's like a hangout spot, and they have this like grand Flynn and all that, like fucking, like Brad Garrett or fucking all those people that buy a comic. Purely out of a joke. Yeah. It's a joke, but I do exactly the same business model. Right? I hire a weirdo to be the booker. There's a person that acts like it's the owner because it's a shadow. They act exactly like Bart. Maybe they dress like Bart. It's like one they black and dude, flappers, and you hire people that all look like flapper staff. And the owner, you call her Barb Holiday. This is what I would do with this money. This is a great idea, right? Okay, and then I hire someone that looks like me to tweet about flappers too. And then it's all like, and then there's a fucking, dude, I'll go deep. There's a Formula One. There's a Bandizi. Okay? And there's an apple pie pizza. Disgusting. Cherry pie pizza. You gotta tell, like, look, this is the, you get sued for that probably. So you give them the menu, they're like, I need it to be exactly like this. But it's flappers too. And, you know, like, make sure we, like, you know what would be so funny? I start booking their comics, and, like, they can't get, like, Alonzo Bowden because he's performing at Flappers 2 for, like, $1 more. I make sure I pay $1 more. No, I wouldn't do $1 more because I'm a billionaire. I would like to get, part of it would be giving money back to comedians. So I'll pay them a lot more. So they can book any of the acts. Because, like, Hal Sparks, fucking, who else goes to Flappers all the time? Kevin Hart, Bill Burr, classic. I mean, they have. I saw both of them at Flappers. Fucking, one of the bathrooms doesn't work. Almost fell asleep right behind it. I was trying so hard to think of other Flappers because I can't control myself. But one of the bathrooms, you started university, Flappers 2 University. Yes. Can we hire Ken Pringle? And there's a Flappers newsletter. You hire him and you pay him a lot of money. And you call him Skin Pringle. He has to wear no shirt. Like, he teaches first pressure comedy. It'd be funny to, like, yeah, like, I do, like, a disrespectful name for him. Like, instead of Skin Pringle, it was Skin Pringle, like, Chud Loser. Chud Fuddington. And he's Pig Pig. What else can I do? Two Flappers, two comedy club. 2 Milk Minimum. There's a 2 Milk Minimum show. You could probably, like, buy one of the restaurants right next to Flappers, right next to it. Yeah, I mean, like, you could make everything. If you're a billionaire, you could put a Ross next to your Flappers too. Or you could buy the Ross. Buy the Ross, yeah. With Flappers right next to it. So people literally have to choose between Flappers 1 and 2. Like either AMC. AMC, Burbank 16. That's the same Flapper. People would be so fucking confused if there were 2 Flappers next to each other. They would always be going in the wrong. They'd be going to the wrong one constantly. And then what I would do is to fuck with Flappers 1, I would put signs up just to, like, pointing at Flappers 2, like, oh, you're probably hitting the wrong club. Common mistake. This is actually Flappers 2. Flappers 1 is, and then I would lie. I'd tell staff to tell people that Flappers 1 is in West Side, Culver City, so that they go, that they would miss the show. They wouldn't go to Flappers. And if, all right, go ahead. I have a better idea. Okay, go ahead. You accept all tickets. You accept Flappers 1 tickets and Flappers 2 tickets. That's awesome. We accept their tickets. And then if Flappers really got into, like, financial straight, Flappers 1, I would pay just enough so that they survive. I would give them just enough to survive so that they stay in the hell that I've created for them. To fuck with them. I won't let them die. But I won't let them die, but I will let them suffer. Dude, that would be great if you end up broke from this enterprise. I know, that's like I lose my money because I did this. It would be so funny, and like I would try and go to Flappers all the time, and like they'd probably try to poison me. I don't care. I would do it. Why not? You only live once.
It sounds fun.
Right? Would you be involved with this? I would love to. Yeah. We could film content there. Just fucking with flappers.
Honestly, I would just fuck with Ken Pringles.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to. He's not going to be involved in the flappers thing, but that'd be funny. I try to blackmail them into hiring him back. Like, no, the money gets cut off if you don't hire Ken Pringle back. I need flappers to be like in the glory days. I need Richie Lease back. Hire him.
As I understand, yesterday,
Richie
your bar fights with the real bar.
Yeah. I make the fake Barb like watch the real Barb, like watch it, go there, study, and not pay you more than she makes because she makes very little.
I'm gonna Google this so we can do this.
I'm gonna make the fake Barb mortgage her house, to put money back into the club.
Starting business similar to flappers and grooming is not illegal. Requires navigating local zoning and obtaining license to business regulations rather than violating criminal law. So I mean, you can do it. You just gotta go for the city, but you can just drive the city.
Yeah, I mean, I will make Burbank the richest city in all America. I will invest back in the city. I'm talking to you, Mayor of Burbank. The second I get that much money, get ready for a business plan. It's coming. I'm getting zoned, Danny.
Well, I think that's it for this week, dude. Shout out to all of you for watching. Check out the Patreon, sandbaggers.com, whatever.
No voicemail, right?
Oh, yes, we do actually. Thanks for reminding me.
Trying to do that.
I'm always doing it. Let me see here. I remember we all went to Let's check this out. If you want to leave us a voicemail, call us at 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. And we'll play like this.
May become more common in the future for people with those types of opportunities on the horizon. Perhaps like extension technology. Vision problems. What's that about? 97% of people with this vision exist may be more apt individuals within the next decade or so. Perhaps may increase the appetite and ability of Western individuals about 8 p.m. today to perhaps maybe So I certainly feel that nootropics,
That's not fair, dude. You know what's nuts about that? Can we tell?
Yeah, that's why you have to tell them it's not fair because now it seems like we're getting 22 problems.
Yeah, so before we listened to that, I actually texted Gerardo this morning, and we have the text message proof.
Yes.
I said, how about a show with a cowbell podcast, and it's an interview show called Oh Word, and then I also had an idea for a solo podcast with cowbell, or actually no, a political show with cowbell called That's Facts, That's Facts. So we came up with 2 whole ideas.
Yeah, well, you did, but yeah. Check this out, dude. This is the text from this morning today at 9 a.m. A podcast where cowbell interviews people called That's Facts, That's Facts. Or a solo political show with cowbell that's called That's Facts. Or maybe That's Facts, That's Facts. an interview show called A Word, a reaction video cowboy style.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that one I like a lot. Because that's, I mean, it's because I'm lazy and that's easy. But it would be so funny to watch Cowbell just like die laughing at Andrew Schultz being like, and then the Latina got pregnant and shit. And Doc goes, oh shit, motherfucker, goddamn shit. That's hilarious, right? Something like that. And that's probably exactly what it would be. But yeah, no, that's a good idea, Tony Soprano, and we understand, you know, I mean, we did put sandbaggers on there, and we got early access, but, you know, we're coming up with some ideas behind the scenes to do some more podcast action apps and that kind of thing. Yeah. Did we take a break from Patreon? Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, if you're a bitch. Okay, let me tell you something, dude. Come on, that's great. What the fuck, dude? Listen, we were doing stand-up reviews, but what you guys didn't see behind the scenes is that they were driving us. Okay, I don't want to scream because people are asleep around here, but you get the point, right? Well, yeah, the stand-up reviews, though, maybe you liked it, maybe you didn't. There wasn't really a whole lot of us. It was just us watching stand-up. So that was part of it, and then it just got to the point where it's like, I may not be okay mentally if I have to watch 2 hours of Jim Brewer all the time. I can't do that. And it's more fun, I think, for us just doing extra eps and random ideas. Like in the live, we did a breakdown of the movies that we did, our top 10 movies. That was fun. So we want to do more stuff like that. Stay focused here. So, like, you know, oh, fuck it. I really went, like, shop, like the TFK thing where it's like, and we want to do that. Yeah. What should we do? Like, there's no... But, you know, here's the thing. We took time off the Patreon. We appreciate everyone that stuck around. Did everyone stick around? Definitely not. No. Only the greats. Yes. And I've been trying. For like a couple months. I just put a song up there. You know, you guys always have a song that you guys can jam out to. You know. Yeah. Put stuff on. You fucking piece of shit. You know what the funniest thing? Well, it's not the funniest thing. But did you see when I wrote the message to that guy? No. Okay, so I won't say exactly, but there was a guy, he wrote us a very nice message about how he has this terrible disease and he has to watch his finances, so he's unsubscribed from the Patreon, but he still supports the show. And I wrote, hey man, thanks for the support, but we do have to block you now. But then I said, no, I was like, just kidding. Oh, I said, just kidding. It's great that you support us. Definitely should watch your finances. No, please don't spend it on this. Take care of yourself. Whatever I said. I wanted, but it was funny to tell him like 50 fly. Well, is that not funny? Let me guess. That he fucking told you and said that he got a season shoving Sharpies up his ass. No, that only happens to you. That's what I'm talking about. It's not fucking true. I don't do it all the time. Okay? It's not a real thing. Stop saying that. I love that you get like trolled hard. Like somebody sends you like a really heartfelt message, and then you go, oh man, you like have this moment where you're like, I forgive you. You know, thank you. I'm so sorry. And then they're like, it's Dick Sharp's up your ass, you fucking fat piece of shit. Where it's like I read a sad message, I'm writing something back, and they're like, I'm sorry that's the dynamic of the podcast, but I like it. Good for me. You don't have a dolphin bottle, did you? Really funny. Fuck, that sucks. Yeah. That also is like way funnier. If you get the good for me, and then like, if you get with your dolphin bottle, the shit was different back in the day. Dude, one of my honest thought, I really think that this is so ridiculous. I think that bottle was like a malfunction in the warehouse. Like I got like a malfunctioning bottle because it's never. No, I guess your one bottle kind of did it, but I can't find it. I gotta try and find it. It was a perfect. I can't do it this one because I drop it a lot and it's spilled. See, it's different. I gotta stop saying I'm going to do things and then not. But we will do the Patreon thing. Yeah, we're gonna change things up. This is the end of the podcast. Nobody gets this far anyways, but no one's watching. Everyone, you were so pissed when we didn't do that. Nobody watches this far, but write in the comments if you watch this far. And guess what? Subscribe to the Patreon whether we put you on it or not. We did. We still put stuff on. Early access. Never heard it. Songs. Okay? Alright, and we're gonna put cowbell stuff on.
It's so hard to talk to anybody about anything other than the Patreon on the podcast.
That's all I care about. Money.
8 years old as perhaps.
Patreon, he's like, oh, my life, this is going on. I just met this Patreon. Where's the Patreon?
How are we doing?
How do we get this track?
I just been lying to Brendan. I've been showing a positive graph on the Patreon. I get my green screen all set up and then I just show you like it's going up.
I haven't even logged in. That's not really. Yeah.
But starting next week, we're gonna do things differently. We'll have something on the Patreon.
I just want to do that stuff anyways. It's a funny idea, like stuff like that too.
But yeah, shout out to you guys. Love you guys. Check us out on Thursday for 10 minutes of shop. We get more viewers on Rack and Tweets.
Yeah, that's right.
And we get more viewers on our Patreon than our podcast. So.
Yeah, and it's also mainly audio. Like the amount of YouTube is whatever. Audio's king.
Audio's king, so don't look at the numbers, but
our lip sync is one of the saddest things I've ever heard. I hate lip sync.
You want to talk about that?
Lip sync? No, I guess it's like
it's very funny. It's very funny how sad you were one day.
lip sync sucks ass. Nothing ever changes. Like it really never. It hasn't changed from the beginning. Almost. We got viral. The shops up, and the lip sync didn't change at all. The only period of time where we ever got anything audio was when we're on the fucking Spotify. And then your dumbass got us fucking logged out of that shit. I mean, I went back to the Spotify, and it was like hundreds and hundreds of downloads, man. You know, like 500, 600, 700. I'm like, dude, kill for that number now. Unless I'm allowed. But I would be like, God, can you imagine if that's what the audio was? Fucking rich. I don't know what happened.
It was so funny. There was one day where Cooney's like, the podcast is not on lip sync, but nobody's reminding me.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That really pissed me off. I was like, why are we even doing this? Because the podcast hadn't been uploaded in like 3 weeks on the audio. It's fucking 3 weeks. And I was like, 4 episodes left, you know, and not even friends had sent me a message being like, hey, where's the thing? Because nobody fucking listens to it. Nobody gives a shit. Audio's king. That's the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life. They only watch on YouTube.
Well, if you're on YouTube and you turn the video off, please let us know. It's so cool you can see that.
I don't care how you watch it, but it does hurt that no one did. I don't even know, because I don't want to log in lip sync. I don't want to know.
A lot of people download, but it is like a weird up and down thing. It's like never progresses up.
I don't see it, but I haven't logged in like a year or two. So I just pay. I just pay for something I don't use or understand.
We'll get those numbers up, Daddy. Yeah. All right, love you guys. Have a great rest of your days. See you next week. That was great. We did 20 minutes extra. Yeah.
Talk about the next session that we're going to do next week, which is innovations shaping a better planet. I think this is going to be a very interesting one. And I look forward to seeing you there.
Absolutely. And for anyone who wants to learn more about my project, feel free to go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my links there. I have more social media than perhaps anyone on earth. This is a very academic project as well. I recently was
What up, Zoot?
to some major publication.
Ugly.
You just said I'm ugly?
No. Rabbi.
You did just say I'm ugly.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No. I was connected. Yeah, I didn't know you. Hey, Rabbi.
Wait. What did you say? Hold on. What did you say?
I didn't call you ugly.
What did you say?
I said that's ugly, referring to something into my room.
No, Zoot. I'd love to talk with you, but you got to be nice to me. Bye-bye.
Rabbi, I got important information.
What's your important information, Zoot?
Sunday is the grand final for Raw Comedy.
I know. What's the girl's name who's in it?
Kelly Harrison.
Okay. And how's she gonna do?
She has a chance.
If she wins, Zoot, you know how crazy that would be? If you could say, not only am I not funny, but I was a finalist for my state raw comedy, and I lost to the eventual national winner 2026. Let's hope she wins. If that happens, my opinion of Australian comedy is in the ditch.
No one's won in first 20 years from South Australia.
So it could be your year, right?
Do you know James McCann didn't win?
Yes.
Do you know Amos Gill didn't win?
Yeah.
Do you know who else didn't win?
What's that guy's name? Mike. Who's the biggest comedy fan? His name is like MM are his initials.
Right.
Who's the biggest comedian? Jim Jeffries. Oh, JJ. Jim Jeffries. Did Jim Jeffries win?
He didn't. I don't even think he entered.
Why didn't he enter?
I think Jim Jeffries got big in the UK. I think he went over to the UK and became a comedian in the UK, if I can remember his backstory.
Okay.
He wasn't part of that war. To my knowledge, I could be wrong. He could have entered.
Okay.
Do you know who else didn't win?
You. Me.
No, there's like there's a bunch of YouTubers
the beat poet. Hey, Zoo, we haven't talked about your favorite fucking subject. Bonnie Blue faked her pregnancy. Why haven't you talked about this?
Oh, I came up with something today.
Okay, what did you come up with?
There are pros and cons to feminism. Con, Bonnie Blue. Pros, Bonnie Blue.
Where's the joke?
I need to work on them. Do you know feminism? Do you want to talk about the cons to feminism and the pros to feminism?
Yeah, I'll talk about them.
The con to feminism is creating more jobs creates more inflation, which means that now in the 1960s, the average man could support a wife and 2 kids on one household income. Now, both parents are working. And some are even working 2 jobs. And now that isn't completely to do with feminism, but feminism does play a part. A very small percentage.
Doug, you're just naming labor statistics. You're not telling jokes. And I don't think that this is a good subject.
I wasn't telling jokes there. No, I was just saying.
Okay.
And it's not 100% blame feminism. Feminism is a very good thing. But there are some cons.
What are the cons of feminism?
What I just said.
What, Bonnie Blue and Bonnie Blue?
No, creating more inflation by creating more jobs.
That doesn't make sense. That's not true.
What?
You don't create more inflation inherently by creating more jobs. You create more inflation by printing more money.
Yes, and if you print more money, there's more jobs, you need to print more money.
Not necessarily. You could have deflation, where the power of your currency actually goes up.
that happens very rarely. That's not happening for a long time.
It happens.
It happens in third world countries. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Rarely. Yeah, I'd say rarely. Okay. So, Zoo, why did you come in and say I'm ugly? And then why did you lie about it? And then why did you lie about it?
I'm self-conscious about my appearance.
That doesn't mean that you call other people ugly, Zoo.
You're beautiful to someone.
I'm beautiful to everybody, baby.
You know, I could be the most beautiful person in the world to someone, and I could be the ugliest to someone. Beauty's subjective.
Yep, just like your comedy.
That was actually a good quote. I always say comedy is subjective.
You do always say that, and I agree. Riser and I watched a podcast tonight, or no, not a podcast, a documentary tonight on this town in Canada that was like the crossroads of the airspace until um, like the birth of major jet travel. But then on 9/11, like 6,000 people were stranded there, and it talks about how the town, it's called Gander, Newfoundland, came together and like took care of all these people, and it was really nice.
I mean, music could be subjective as well. Like, there could be some people out there that would just like, Michael Jackson's voice is too high pitched for me.
Okay. Zoo, you know, I was on an Australian podcast.
You know, you told me that about 50 fucking times.
Dog, I haven't said it 1/3 as many times as you told me that you were on the Magic Hour podcast. And I watched the Magic Hour podcast. I watched it with multiple other people, and you still won't watch my podcast.
Hey, Rabbi, how many Magic Hour podcasts have you watched?
2.
Whose?
Chelsea's, I watched some of that, not the whole thing. And I watched yours. And I think I watched one more, but I was asleep during it. But I watched yours intently, dog. I took notes during yours, allegedly.
When's Raza getting on Magic Hour?
When he goes to Australia, because that guy doesn't do podcasts with anybody unless they're in person.
Who would you want to see on the Magic Hour?
Chelsea.
He's on there.
I know. I'd want to see.
He's got.
I think he's really interesting.
I think he's got Joe White, Anthony Hickman.
Who's that guy who runs the comedy of the Rhino Room? His name's Jack something.
No, he doesn't run the Rhino Room. That's Craig Egan runs the Rhino Room, the bigger acts, but Jacob Jackman runs the Mike Laugh Lab.
Yeah. Do you think that who owns the Rhino Room? You still don't know. It's some shadowy organization.
Oh no, his name's like Mike or something. But like the guy who runs it's name's Craig Egan. The guy who like does all the bookings name's Craig Egan, and he was a Royal Comedy National finalist in 1999.
Oh, so he's really funny.
No, he just runs the shit now.
All right, so you can't do raw comedy anymore, right? Because you tried out 2 other times without placing, and now you placed as a finalist, right? For the States.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Could I do it?
You're not an Australian citizen.
You have to be an Australian citizen?
Let me look at the rules.
You need to look at the rules.
They might have taken down.
I think that
They might have taken down the rule.
I think I could do it. I think they'd make an exception for me.
They might have taken down the rule. But rules.
Go look.
I mean, these are just the issues. You must be a permanent resident of Australia if you are studying in Australia or on a student visa for 3 or more years. Please email. So if you've been studying in Australia on a student visa for 3 or more years, then you can, or if you're a permanent resident of Australia, you must at least be 18 years on the date. You may be eligible. If you are under 18, you may be eligible to perform as class clowns. So it used to be 17, but then they changed it to 18. It used to because they changed the class crowd criteria from 14 to 17. So it used to be 17, but now it's 18.
Wait, so how old do you have to be to do class clowns?
14 to 17.
Oh, okay. So it's 14 to 17 for class clowns, 18 to whatever, like no age limit.
18 to 150. Okay.
Okay, well, what if I want to do the Australian comedy, raw comedy at 151, and I become an Australian citizen?
Then you can. If it's still going.
Oh, it'll still be going. I'll make sure that bitch is bankrolled.
As of January 1st, 2026, you may have not earned more than $750 from performing live comedy. Performing live comedy includes live gift income earned from performing solo festival shows and corporate gigs. If you sold more than $750 in bulk ticket sales for a show you have participated, please contact Raw. If you have been in Raw comedy before, you can enter again, but a maximum 3 times. If you've been a national final or 2 state finals, you cannot enter again. You can only enter once in any given year. You cannot enter in different states in the same year. So you can go to one state or you can go to another state the next year.
Yeah.
Stand-up music, sketch, all forms of live comedy are welcome. Your spot must be no longer than 5 minutes. Your spot must be totally original. We program all the finals of the best act who come up to the point across the whole competition. That means if you win a heat, you're not guaranteed a spot for the next stage. Pretty good identification. It also means we will wildcard people from time to time. If you are from a regional centre, you are responsible for your own travel. The festival takes care of your flights to Melbourne if you get into the national finals. Okay. By entering, you agree to the audio or visual recording of your spot. At the festival, you may not record your spot without the express permission in advance of the festival, and that's running your gig. Any agreed recording cannot be published on any platforms, including YouTube. Instagram without express written permission of the festival. By registering, you agree to receive email communications through the festival in relation to rock comedy. So those are the rules.
Okay, very interesting.
You have to be a resident, permanent resident in Australia, or living here for more than 3 years on a visa.
Do you have to suck dick at mini golf? Dude, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do right now.
I suck dick at everything. Imagine if I find out that I'm not good at sucking dick if I suck at dick. That would be horrible.
That's actually a funny joke. All right, I'm gonna send you an invite. Zoot, I'm gonna beat you in 3 pool games, and then I'm gonna beat you at Dice Party, and then I'm done. Do you understand?
Yeah, but Rabbi, we need to find a good investor.
Did you know you could look at where the ball is?
Rabbi, we're gonna.
Zoot, are you gonna see Michael the opening day?
When's it come out?
Like April something?
I think it comes out next week.
Okay, are you gonna see it?
I'm going to Melbourne next week.
You're not going to Melbourne. You're not going to Melbourne.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Why wouldn't I go to Melbourne?
I hit the wrong ball in Zoot. Why wouldn't you go to Melbourne? Because that's a lot of work.
Am I strong?
Yeah. If you're not, I'll let you go again.
Yeah, it's like fucking $60 to get plane to Melbourne.
Oh, it's not expensive?
Man, Melbourne's like.
Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. I hit the wrong one. Yeah, but then with whom are you going to stay?
Hotel.
Oh, what a great shot. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Dude, that might have been your best shot. Dude, Zoot, you're on fucking fire.
When I had you,
Zoot, do they play the Beatles in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, my finger slipped.
Rabbi.
What's your favorite Beatles song, Zoot? Zoot.
There's too many. It's
that's
something from Sergeant. Sergeant Pepper's my favorite. Sergeant Pepper's my favorite.
Zoot. For as unfunny as you are, your taste in music is amazing. I agree.
Blackbird though.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't know.
Blackbird.
Too many people like that song. Dude, what the fuck, man?
But Rabbi.
Yo.
The world got nuked in the next couple years. I think we'll be okay. I think you shouldn't fear death.
Dude, what did you just say?
I said if the world gets nuked in the next couple years from the political climate that we're in, I think we'll be okay. I mean, you shouldn't fear death because I feel like the next life could be better.
Okay, thanks, Dude.
I have my own theories of how big this the galaxies and universes are that will be okay. That someone, I feel like there is a species out there that is highly intelligent, that is really kind and really kind-hearted, that will want to restore every living entity's consciousness, and they've worked out ways to do that, so you don't need to fear death.
Why are you so obsessed with death?
Well, I'm not obsessed with death. I'm obsessed with how the human not the human consciousness, but I'm obsessed with how consciousness works. I hope it's not attached to the human body.
Okay, that's legitimate. I'll give you that.
I hope I hope consciousness is attached to the human body, and there's something. When I had my out-of-body experience, I felt something that made me. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but it made me feel like there is something more to life.
What happened in your out-of-body experience? How did it happen?
I overdosed on SSRIs by accident, not intentionally.
How did you do it by accident?
I forgot I took them.
Okay, but that's not like overdosing. That's like taking 4 when you should have taken 2.
I was on a really high dosage and I forgot I took them.
You think that's a near-death experience?
Overdose.
Okay.
I came back.
Zoo. Okay.
You didn't ask me what happened.
Well, I don't consider that to necessarily be a near-death experience, so I didn't really.
My soul left my body.
Okay, that could have been a hallucination. Are you sure it wasn't a hallucination?
Yeah, but it felt more real than a hallucination.
Okay, well, you were on a whole bunch of drugs. Now, Zoot,
Rabbi, it was like me talking to you right now. Like I felt more like the place I went to was more real than the place that I'm talking to you right now.
Okay, well, you're on a bunch of drugs.
You're just killing my
Dude,
hopes and dreams.
that was the best fucking. Dude, did you see that shot?
Are you just saying I'm just coping with death because death is scary?
No, I don't think that it necessarily has to be scary.
You don't think death is scary?
Not necessarily.
What do you think the chances are that we just cease to exist after we die?
The same odds of you making this shot.
That's not good.
Zoot, look at this shot. I just ended it. I'm going to get my 100th win right now on 9-ball trick shot. Are you ready? Zoot, 9-ball trick shot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Hit the ball.
So yeah, Rabbi, I'll book my flights and accommodation next Wednesday, and then just go to.
Okay, why do you want to go?
I'm just bored. I've been in Adelaide way too long.
Okay.
I haven't left Adelaide in about before COVID.
Okay. Oh, what a shot. Dude, that was a great shot. Did you know that?
You know that was not a good shot.
Dude, you know it was amazing. Oh, that was amazing.
No.
Yes, sir, for me.
So, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
Do you think if I reach out to more girls from high school, I'll get blocked again?
Oh yeah, dog. You're gonna block your whole graduating class.
Hey, Rabbi, are you the most blocked person in Kick?
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt, dude. You can't even say my name in the chat. You can say Hitler in the chat. You can't say my name.
Maybe they know how evil you are. Do you like being? Oh, Rabbi, you're gonna make that shot so easy.
It's not easy at all.
Wait. Oh wait. Fuck. You're gonna help me. You know why you helped me?
Why did I help you?
That bramble was really easy for me to get in.
You didn't get it in.
Fuck, I just helped you. I just got blocked again.
By whom?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Dude, are you seeing these shots?
Do you think I'll get blocked if I reach out?
Dude, quit talking to girls from high school, dog. They're married and have children. They don't want anything to do with you. Find chicks that are single.
But I mean, it's better that I'm talking to girls from high school than girls in high school.
Yeah. No shit, Zoo. Look at this shot, though. Oh, dude, I just gave you the easiest shot in the history of the game.
Is Melbourne a big city?
Yeah.
Are you ready to win?
Yeah.
I hate the fact that I just fucked up. Hey, Rabbi, when's the last time you ate fast food?
I don't eat fast food. So,
When was the last?
I guess like Krispy Kreme, maybe like 5 years ago.
Is that kosher?
Yeah.
What does it mean to be kosher?
That an item is prepared according to Jewish dietary laws.
Have you ever broken kosher?
I do my best not to, but everybody has in one way or another because there are like microscopic bugs and things in lettuce. But so nobody's been perfect of it, but I do my best to be as perfect as possible.
You
And there are even leniencies, like 1/60th of an item can be non-kosher and you can eat it. But we're supposed to like check lettuce really well and fruits and things, but perhaps something could have slipped in.
Rabbi,
What up, Zoo?
if we go to war, what's the best country to be in?
You and I go to war, like personally?
No, the whole world goes to war.
You're asking if the whole world goes to war, what's the best
There
place
is a
to...
good chance that
Yeah, I would say I would say Australia.
every day.
Australia's a good place.
I mean, Trump just said that Australia didn't help with the war in Iran, and it mattered Australia.
All right, well, what do you want me to do about it? Pardon me.
Not have whoever rules the world change the leadership.
Okay.
I don't want to get political, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to get political. I just don't want war.
Okay. Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
Yeah.
What do I have to hit? Oh, that one?
Yeah. Hey, Robert, can we live without politicians?
Perhaps.
All that one, yeah, all that man. Do you feel safe with everything going on?
Yeah.
Do you feel like America will always be a safe country?
No.
Do you think Australia will always be a safe country?
No.
Do you think Earth will be a safe planet one day?
Oh, what a shot. Did you see that shot, Zoo? Zoo, did you see that shot?
Yeah. Do you think Earth will be a safe planet?
No. How do you define safe?
No war?
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Dude, that was like the greatest shot ever.
No war, no poverty, no hunger.
Perhaps someday. Dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance, son? Is it possible for you to win?
Do you think people will ever be nicer to each other?
Yep. Dude, why did you resign? Zoot, why did you resign?
Had no way to win. At least got a mess.
I mean, you should still play it out. You could have something amazing happen. Zoot, did you watch the Joe Rogan? Have you seen the Joe Rogan that has the most amount of views of all time on it?
Yeah, parts of it.
No, you need to watch the whole thing. You want to watch the whole thing right now?
No, because it's like 4 hours.
Yeah, it is, and it's amazing. Whenever anybody asks me about aliens, I put that on. Generally.
Now he's performing in.
What are you talking about? Dude, I'm listening to you.
You know who's performing in Laugh Lab? No, they're not.
Zoot?
Yeah, not Zoot.
But are you?
Probably not.
Why not?
I'm good.
Why are you good?
I just don't.
Did they say that you're not allowed to perform anymore?
No.
Okay, so why wouldn't you want to get paid to perform?
I do.
Okay, you do. So then why don't you get paid to perform?
Oh, I don't get paid to perform. I get on stage. I get paid on Monday night or Wednesday night.
Oh. Okay, and what is it?
I don't know.
You know you're not making sense to me?
You know another.
What? The tapioca noodles.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're in the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. But, if you're in the Patreon, as you well know, you get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes Shop, where we talk about Burning Shop. So join that if you want that, and also there may be some other things in the future.
Well, I'm doing the Sandbaggers.
It's Sandbaggers. I forgot to plug your Sandbaggers. Is it audio only yet?
I don't know. I haven't done the second one yet, but it was also Easter yesterday.
Yeah.
So
it's starting to sound like hella toxic.
yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I might have the same sort of drop schedule as Hella Toxic.
Do the same stuff as hella toxic. Come out with your shirt on.
Yeah.
Hot chick in the chair.
So if it's audio only, you have to pay for the video version, but it's just me shirtless.
That's funny. I like that. Do you have to pay for the video? Pay more, a higher tier for the shirtless thing because you're shirtless, and then whoever the hot chick is.
Yeah. There's not going to be a hot chick when I'm shirtless.
I mean, it's our show. We both get a vote.
It's probably going to be
hot
me
chick
and the pinata.
You make the pinata sexy. But anyways, how you doing? How are things going?
Oh, doing great, dude.
Yeah.
Watching the Dodgers. I'm watching the Dodgers a lot more now. You know, watching